right. I'm missing one commissioner, but we know she's here. We can at least get started with roll call. Oh, here we go. All right. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is the City Commission meeting for today, Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. The time is 6:23 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you kindly call the roll?
Commissioner Danielle Lejean.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Here.
Commissioner Barbara Kramer called and said that she'll be will not be able to attend tonight's meeting. Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler.
Present.
Commissioner Paulie Villard.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Here.
Mr. Anthony Mayor DiFilippo.
I am here.
We have quorum. We are ready to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to our invocation, and I would like to call up, we have Pastor Ginger Medley that's here from Fulford United Methodist Church here in North Miami Beach.
We pray that you would guide us and give us wisdom and discernment as we discuss the business of the church, the business of the city. Lord, continue to prosper this great city of North Miami Beach and everyone who's a part. We thank you now for this opportunity. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you very much. Folks, in light of what's going on in this world, I just would like to take a kind moment of silent meditation and pray for world peace and unity, no division, unity. Thank you. Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening. We're going to go ahead and take out our Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could kindly please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And may everybody enjoy the 4th of July coming up. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests for withdrawals, deferments, or any additions to our agenda?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. We have one addition per this term. The City Attorney's Office, a hard copy regarding a presentation was left in each and everyone's respective areas. This hard copy is relating to item 11.2, which is General Employees Pension Plan. Per Mayor Anthony DiFilippo's request, we have the following items to be pulled and to be heard right after the quasi-judicial. And these items are as follows. Item 9.9, which is, item 9.9, which is professional services, Ruben Turnbill and Associate. Item 9.10, which is office renovation project change order. 9.12, amending the comprehensive policy governing travel expenditures for mayor and commission. Item 9.15, a change order for purchase of OEM parts and services from Environmental Products of Florida. Item 9.22, which is a resolution condemning recent mass shootings in the United States. These are the only changes I have here on my end, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, I need to request a motion and a second to adopt the meeting agenda as presented. Make a motion. Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, what do we do?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, I heard opposed, but I don't know the numbers. Can we do maybe a roll call, just to, so I get it right?
Roll call, everybody individually,
Yes, please.
okay?
Commissioner Daliel Jean,
No.
Commissioner Michael Joseph,
No.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Villard,
No.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon,
No.
Mayor DiFilippo.
Yes.
Okay, the motion failed.
Well,
No.
I
4-2.
I have questions pertaining to this that haven't been answered, so if it's on a consent agenda and we don't discuss it, I need to discuss these items.
Can I motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Motion that. Do I have a second?
Second.
I haven't recognized you, so I don't know what's going on. I'm speaking to the clerk, and you continuously go out of order, Commissioner Joseph, so please stand back and let me handle the meeting as I am the chair. Madam Clerk, we have things that are on this agenda that I have questions about that I don't feel comfortable with, and I want to go over it here today with my colleagues. It's been bundled up, 21 items on a consent agenda, and we have things to discuss. That's not fair to our community, to our residents that are watching and need to know the city business, and to us as commissioners that we can't discuss this. I'm not asking for anything other than to take some things that need to be discussed and move them aside as we always do. What is so wrong about doing that? I'm not saying not to discuss them. I'm just saying we kindly move them so we can discuss them individually. That's it. And if
I have a question.
I can't understand why my vice mayor and mayors wouldn't
I have a question.
want to exercise that as they have in the past.
City attorney wants to speak.
City attorney wants to say something, but after that, I'll
Mr.
have-
Attorney?
My mic is not working.
working now.
Okay. There was a vote on changing the agenda, Mayor, and the vote was 4-2, I believe, Madam City Clerk.
Yes.
So that issue has been resolved. We just need to move to the next item.
Okay.
Can you take up my question?
So you have a question, Vice Mayor?
No, I was just going to say, nothing precludes us from you making your statements or asking your questions prior to the approval of the consent agenda. So we don't have to move each item and take them individually if that's not the wish of the commission, but you can still make your comments and ask questions prior to a motion and a second being voted on to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, if you want to follow that route, then we will. I just don't see why we can't take those on and discuss them, but that's the will of this commission. I hope all the residents see what you're being held back from listening to and knowing, because you need to know. That's why you vote and you pay your taxes in the city. So we'll go ahead and follow that item per item at the end of the consent agenda. I'll ask my questions.
So you want a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, and then we have your...
If that's the will of this commission.
Can we call?
Okay. So you can call for the motion, Mr. Mayor, if you want.
I called for the motion.
I'll motion it.
Part yet.
Okay.
We're not at that part of the meeting yet.
We
I
are at
believe
the consent.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Joseph made the motion.
Yeah, we have to vote on that.
Was there a second?
Yeah, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Florimon seconded.
Okay.
Okay, so we're voting on the order as presented, and then, Mr. Mayor, I guess you can call for a vote. So there's...
Yeah, let's call for the vote now.
Do we?
Let me for clarification.
Yes.
Are we approving the consent agenda, this motion, and that the mayor would have opportunity
Yes.
at the end to discuss any item he wanted to discuss?
Yes.
Okay, since I'm the maker of the motion, I want to make it very clear.
Okay.
We're on item number 4, request for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. The mayor asked for withdrawals. That was voted down. Now we're voting on the ability for the mayor to have discussion when we go to the consent agenda approval. So that way he can discuss whatever he wants at that time, and then we can approve the consent agenda as a whole.
Okay, basically,
That's the motion on the
for the record, I would read
Second.
the title and at the end, the mayor.
Seconded by Commissioner Joseph.
As amended.
Correct.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so be it. Okay, let's move forward to our presentations and discussions. We have item 5.1. Arch CFO, Marcia Fennell.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and all others in attendance. The Finance Department is happy to present our annual comprehensive financial report for the year ending September 30th, 2021. I would like to thank the finance staff for their tireless work. I'm here to present the report are our independent auditors from the firm of Caballera, Thurman, Leron, and Garcia. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Enrique Llerena, and I served as the Quality Control Partner on the audit of the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2021. We're going to go ahead and jump right in. The first page that I'm going to highlight is the table of contents, and it gives you a blueprint as to how this document is put together. And you'll notice that this document is broken down into 4 sections: the introductory section, the financial section, the statistical section, and the compliance section. I'm going to highlight a few things within these sections, and then I'll be able to answer any questions you may have. If you could please turn to page 10. This is within the introductory section, and here you see the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. I'm giving a minute for the page to be displayed. So this is a very prestigious award that the city has received. The one you see here is for the ACFR that was submitted for the audit of September 30th, 2020. This year's document, we're confident, contains all the necessary documents. It will meet and exceed the requirements of the GFOA to receive this prestigious award again, and we expect the city to receive it. Again, it's a very prestigious award, and it's a testament to your finance team putting together this document. The next page that I am going to cover is our independent auditor's report, and this is on page 13. This report is broken down into various sections, so I'm going to highlight a few things that are on here. The first section is titled Report on Financial Statements, and it covers the items that we audited. And it states that we have audited the accompanying financial statements of the city as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2021. This section is followed by management's responsibility, which is that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements. Our responsibility as your auditor is covered in the next 3 paragraphs. And in essence, we're responsible to render an opinion on these financial statements based on our audit. And we conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, as well as government auditing standards. The most important section of this report is the opinion section, and it's at the bottom. Here you see an example of an unmodified opinion, and the only kind of opinion that you would want to be associated with. And it states that in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the city as of September 30th, 2021. Again, this is an unmodified opinion, and the only kind of opinion you want to be associated with. If you could turn now to page 37, here's the beginning of the basic financial statements. And the basic financial statements include the government-wide financial statements, which is the statement of net position and the statement of activities, as well as the individual fund financial statements of the city, which cover the governmental, proprietary, and fiduciary funds. The first one I'm going to cover is on page 39, and here you see the balance sheet for the governmental funds. And I'd like to highlight one item here. The first column is titled General Fund. This is the general operating fund of the city. And if you notice towards the page at the bottom, towards the bottom of the page, the second line from the bottom has your total fund balance for the year. This is $39.6 million for this year, of which $15.6 million is considered unassigned fund balance. And just for comparison, in 2020, the city had $37.4 million in total fund balance, and the unassigned portion was $18 million. Now, if you notice for this year, the fund balance increased by about $2.1 million. So if you turn to page 41, here you see the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, which in essence is a P&L for your governmental funds. And the general fund is the first column on this page. And towards the bottom, third line from the bottom, you have the net change in fund balance. These are the results for the year and what drives that increase in your fund balance. And again, it highlights here that your ending fund balance is $39.6 million. On page 43, you see the statement of net position for your proprietary funds. Again, it goes back as your balance sheet. And I would like to highlight here the solid waste fund, which is the third column. At the bottom of the solid waste column, you'll see that the fund ended up with a deficit for the year. It's a deficit net position. Now, these numbers that I'm covering here are in your financial statements, but your financial statements are also enhanced by a section called the notes to the financial statements. And the notes support all the numbers that are included here. And I'm about to give you an example of the level of detail that they contain. So in the notes of the financial statements, there's an explanation of this deficit, how it happened, and what management is going to do to correct it. So if you turn to page 53, in note 2, titled Stewardship, Compliance, and Accountability, you'll notice in the last 3 paragraphs of note 2, it discusses why the deficit occurred. This is followed by what was done during the year to mitigate the impact of the deficit. And it also tells the story as to what's going to transpire in the future in the 3rd paragraph as to what the city is going to implement to make the fund whole. Again, these notes contain detailed information that enhance the understanding of the reader of the numbers that are presented in the front.
If I can, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know we definitely have, I know, especially up here on this dais during these commission meetings over the past 5 months, we've been discussing that we were going to have a deficit in the sanitation and what the deficit and how we did derive at the deficit. So, and the notes that the auditors are speaking of are basically notes that we gave them on, you know, what's built into the new rate, how we supplemented the cost of sanitation for the last year, almost year and a half, and some of those items. So this is, you know, I just want to put on the record, this is the same conversation. This is the same $4 million that we've been talking about for the last 6 months that we're going to have in sanitation. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that we're talking about the same exact thing. This isn't anything new. This is the same $4 million that we already knew was going to come up when we got to the audit portion, to the audit this year. So just want to put that on the record. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manager.
Not a problem. In addition, in the spirit of transparency, not only is the deficit disclosed on the face of the financial statements, it's further discussed in this note explaining what transpired and how the city is going to fix it. But there's also a finding that we've identified and is reported in our reports that are included in the compliance section, which breaks down the finding into the various components. And again, management provides a response as to how it's being fixed. So there's multiple instances throughout the document that highlight this occurrence and how management is fixing it. The next item that I'm going to discuss is the required supplementary information. If you could please turn to page 86. Here on page 86, you have the budget to actual schedule of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances where it presents the general fund. And this is a very good tool because it starts off by showing the original budget, then it shows the final budget. It presents the actual amounts for the year, and it talks about the variance as to what transpired. So we know with what we started, what modifications occurred to the budget, and then it brings in the actual. So when you look towards the bottom here on page 86, this breaks down the revenues for the general fund, and you'll notice that for the year, the city had a positive variance. Revenues came in above what you budgeted of $3.2 million. On the next page, page 87, this is a continuation of that schedule, and you'll find the expenditures for the general fund. Same description here. You start with your original budget, you have your final budget, and then the actual amounts that were incurred. And you'll notice in that third column, actual amounts, all the way to the bottom, you see the $2.1 million, which resulted in the increase in fund balance that we discussed for the general fund. It's the same information here. You'll also notice that your final budget had $70.5 million of expenditures budgeted. However, your actual amounts were only $57 million. So there was a positive budget variance of 13.4. Now, just taking a step back in big picture, what transpired here? You had some capital projects that were planned. So you'll see that in Parks and Recreation, you had a budget of $2.5 million. The actual was only $443,000. And for Public Works, it was $10.6 million. and you had an actual of 2.2 million. So just in those two numbers alone, you're looking at 10.4 million of the favorable variance when you compare your actual expenditures with your budgeted amount. And the reason why those projects were done at different times, there could be a series of reasons why. This just presents the results of what was budgeted and what actually occurred. The next item that I am going to highlight is the building fund, which can be found on page 111. Now, this is a detailed schedule in the back that presents the components of a summarized column that's presented in the front. Again, as you work your way into the financials, you have more and more a breakdown of the information. And on this page 111, you'll find the building fund, and you'll notice at the bottom that the net position for the building fund is $8.8 million. And this is a $1.1 million increase from the year before. And that $1.1 million increase, you could see it on the next page, which in essence presents the profit and loss statement of the non-major proprietary funds, which includes the building fund. So you'll see the $1.1 million increase is the fifth line from the bottom on page 112. So the last component that I'm going to discuss related to this particular document are the pages that are found in pages 137 to 147, and this is the compliance section. It's all-encompassing of the remainder of our reports that are included in this document. The finding that we discussed related to solid waste is detailed here and broken down for the readers of the financial. One thing I do want to mention is during the course of our audit, there was a related party and fraud questionnaire that we received that had a series of items identified that required us to do additional procedures related to the audit. So we performed those additional procedures, and we did not identify any findings that rose to the level of a significant deficiency or material weakness that needs to be included in our reports. There is something for the city to consider in the event that the commission wants to have additional procedures done or drill down further into specific things within the city. The city may want to consider an internal audit function, which reports directly to the commission. And that internal auditor can receive special assignments from the commission, or the internal auditor themselves can develop an audit plan that's approved by an audit committee or this board, and they can do a risk assessment and determine what their significant topics they consider to be, and you can guide the internal auditor in that direction. But again, that's at the decision of the commission. In terms of what we did perform additional procedures on a series of items that were identified, and the results from those procedures did not result in anything that needs to be disclosed as a significant deficiency or material weakness within our reports in this document. At conclusion of our audit, you're going to receive a final communication letter, and that communication letter allows us to report back to you how management performed. Did we encounter any difficulties in dealing with management? Did we have any disagreements in dealing with management? I'm actually very pleased to note that we did not have any difficulties or disagreements. I'm actually very grateful for all the support provided by management. Thank you to the city manager, CFO, finance director, and the rest of the finance team for all of their support. We're actually also very grateful for this commission to allow us to be of service to you and provide this function. We take our job very seriously, and we're very humbled to have the opportunity to be here. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, at this time, I definitely want to thank the company and the auditors for working with us. I know we are later than we normally are with the audit. However, we're not past the deadline that's given to us by the state. This will not affect our GFOA standing or our satisfaction with state requirements in turning in our audit. A couple of factors that led to us being later than usual. We did have significant turnover, and the implementation of ExecuTime, Intergov, we had DocuSign. We had a bunch of things that we've implemented, been pending for years, that finance was working on in the middle, right before we started the audit, that this slowed them down moving forward with the audit. But I'll be happy to report that all of those things they were working on are now in motion. We are up and running with Intergov. We do have ExecuTime running. So those were some of the factors that contributed to us being 2 months behind on the audit. But as you can hear from the presentation, all is good in the city of North Miami Miami Beach. Everything is intact. We will and have already addressed the sanitation issue moving forward. And I just want to thank the auditors for their patience in working with us as we were wrapping up those items that were critical to our efficiencies here at the City of North Miami Beach as far as it relates to building permit and the finance department. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I want to thank the firm. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
It's okay? Yeah, I just want to say I want to thank the firm for all of their hard work. We had a long a meeting on last week, Friday, and, I'm happy to, to confirm, the findings and what the manager is saying, that we are in good shape. We're actually, what are we, plus $2 million for the last fiscal year? So we're positive $2 million. So that's amazing. And we're doing the right things to make sure that we run as lean as we can while providing the best of services to our residents. So thank you so much for all of your efforts.
Our pleasure.
I have one final question for the people that are listening. Can you tell us, coming from your mouth, how much we have in reserves, how much we have in our general fund, where we stand right now as a city? I know those are the main numbers that our residents and people listening would like to know.
Okay, so if you turn to page 39, this is the balance sheet for the governmental funds, and your general fund has a breakdown of the different components of fund balance. So your unassigned fund balance, which is in essence what's available to meet any obligation of the general fund of the city, is $15.6 million. You also have a series of things that are assigned. Assigned, management has discretion to move these amounts, but they are currently categorized for specific projects. The biggest number in this section is the $11.6 million, which is in essence what was used to balance next year's budget. So that has $11.6 million, which again, if you remember, that appropriated fund balance, and bear with me because there's something that I want to highlight in the RSI section, because they see that 11.6 million and say, man, that's a big number. But you have to remember that that big number, there's also discretion as to what happens with that big number, because in the back, when we looked at this year's results, there was an appropriation for the general fund for this year in your final budget of 14.5 million. That's the third line from the bottom on page 87 in the document. And if you remember the explanation that I gave about the capital outlay and how it was incurred, some of those projects did not occur at that speed, whether it was decision of the city or timing of the project, so that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be consumed. So for this particular year, the results were that for capital outlay in total, there was 3.9 million that was actually spent when the budget for those projects was 15.3. So there's a lot of discretion as to how those monies are moved. There's also a new, which the commission's aware because it was your decision, but there's a disaster recovery amount of $3 million that's also categorized there. So in the snapshot, page 39 really tells the residents what those amounts are assigned for, committed, restricted, what's considered non-spendable, and most importantly, your unassigned. The unassigned is the one that's available for spending.
Yeah, the reason why I asked you to verbally say those numbers is because there's people out there that don't have the ability to go online and look and are watching and are listening, and as the leaders of this city expect us to ask these questions so that when they're watching at home, they know how fiscally responsible we are and how the monies are being spent here in the city where they pay taxes in.
That's great.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
May I add something additional?
Yes, Mayor, go ahead.
To add some value to what the additional value to what the mayor is saying, I think that what's key for the residents and those watching to understand is, sometimes your reserve getting a little less may mean it's a good thing because you're actually getting projects done versus just letting money sit there and not paving roads, not putting speed bumps, and not giving services to the community. So that's very key and very important. And another thing, can you tell us what is the reserve amount that is stipulated by law, and where are we in comparison to that? Either the manager or yourself.
Well, I don't have the manager. Oh, I think the requirement is 17%, and you will exceed that amount.
So we exceed the amount
Yes.
that is mandated by law.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was my question. Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Commissioner Joseph?
For we have a lot of people that reach out to us, especially that was waiting for this CAFR to come out. But I just want you to highlight some of your qualifications to make this assessment and what you guys put on the line to say these books are good. And because I just want to make it clear, as the mayor pointed out, as well as our Vice Mayor Florimon pointed out, the residents are looking at us, but at the same time, I want them to have the confidence in your qualifications, your license on the line, and really stating these are the facts, these are the books, and we're good to go. If you can highlight some of that, please.
Absolutely. This is municipal finance is all I've ever.
And how many other cities you do as well as you do represent in this capacity? Thank you.
Not a problem. We serve as the external auditor, as the main external auditor for 15 other municipalities. This is all I've ever done since I started my career. I've done this for 17 years. The quality control partner, actually, I serve as quality control partner here. The engagement partner, Andrew Fearman, he has 20 years of experience. Mike, that's also here with me, he has 16 years of experience. He was a senior manager on this job. And not only do we have experience in the industry, but we've worked together a really long time. So we have a very efficient process to go through this. And the way we do what we do is in 4 phases, where it starts with planning and risk assessment, which develops our audit plan, and then it goes on to execute on that audit plan. And things may come up that require us to change our risk assessment and perform additional procedures, like that fraud questionnaire that I mentioned and related party questionnaire that I mentioned some items. So we're able to pivot, factor that into our risk assessment, and perform the additional procedures. I can tell you that we take this responsibility very seriously. We would not render an opinion if we did not do what we need to do to be here. And that's why I also thank management for their cooperation and support, because we kind of are a pain with additional requests and things, and we are relentless with what we need to do. And there's also, as part of our process, there's an element of unpredictability that's required to be incorporated every year. So we don't come in and always do the same thing. We're looking at different things every year. And as we do that risk assessment, which is always evolving, there'll be additional procedures that we perform. So we take this very seriously, and reputation is everything. So we're very grateful for the opportunity. And believe you me, that we do what we need to do to be able to render the opinion that we were giving.
Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, thank you guys very much. I just want to definitely ask everybody to, give Marcia definitely a pat on the back. As you know, we did just got Agnew here with us, so she's been holding down the CFO job as well as the finance director's job for over a year. So, and she, spearheads this effort. So I just want to thank her for her work and holding it down until we did get help in here to help her. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Okay, seeing no other hands up for questions, our presentation is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and we will move on to public comment. I'll pass it to you, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, you will be called to the podium. At that time, please state your name and address, or the name and address of the organization in which you are representing. The City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach request that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first signed speaker is Pastor Ginger Medley, and then Keith Myers. Ginger Medley, Keith Myers, and then Marilyn Baumule.
Good morning, everyone. Keith Myers, 1440 Northeast 177th Street, North Miami Beach, Florida, 33162. I'd like to start out by congratulating the City of North Miami. For the first time in quite a while, they finished a year without a deficit. All they had to do was change a city manager that was actually a little bit more fiscally responsible. This city is hemorrhaging money. We're spending money on parties. We're spending money on, we got to tighten our belts. Look at the gas prices. And you guys are out spending money on more luncheons than I know what to do with. That needs to stop. Paulie Villard, I need to be very I want to know why our city attorney was sitting on your frivolous lawsuit case against Stephanie Kinsel. You spent close to, 8 hours sitting in as what I can only guess is Polly's private legal counsel. The city was not a party of that counsel, or of that lawsuit. Why were you there? You're just burning money. It's not right. It really isn't. And I have so many requests for public records. I want to know how the unsung heroes were selected. As far as I can tell, they're just family and friends. And Polly, will you look at me? Just staring down at your phone? Are you afraid?
Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager,
Go ahead and finish up, Speaker. We're not going to.
it's unacceptable for someone to ask a commissioner if they're afraid.
No, are you afraid of the truth? Are you afraid of the public? You represent us. And if you don't see it that way, get out.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Marilyn Balmule, and then Jeff Hanworger.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Balmule, and I live at 18635 Northeast 20th Court in the city of North Miami Beach, which I have lived in way over 60 years, probably longer than some of you were born. This evening, there are so many things we could discuss, but I would like to discuss our police department. We have, and has always had, the finest police department, I say, in the state of Florida. I could be maybe their number 2, but I doubt it. These are top, wonderful police personnel, and they should be left alone to do their job. We don't have and never have had security people for any one of our council or commissioners. And I can tell you that we have had councilmen that were very ill and made it to the meetings on their own power. And if we have a commissioner that is so frightened, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, but leave our police department alone. We have a very good, easy, nice city manager who does the best he can for everyone, and he is too good-natured when it comes to Polly Villard. I feel that no lady, no person, especially a retired policeman, needs personal security from our police department. If you're that frightened, get your own. We're not paying for it, and we should not. There were 19 children killed and 2 teachers, and we have schools all over this area. How you dare take one policeman out of our department to ride you around? How disgusting. My 3 minutes are up. That's fine. Thank you.
All right, folks.
Jeb Hanworger, and then Norma Fuentes.
Jeb Hanwerger, 1091 Northeast 166th Street in the beautiful Monticello neighborhood. We'd like to thank the commission. I noticed today, I heard the great news that the Victory Pool kiddie section has been reopened, and that's a great area. I have had 5 kids in this neighborhood, been here 18 years. I've taken my kids to the Victory Pool kiddie section. It's very important in the hot summer months. I really can suggest the residents to use the kiddie section. I'm glad to see I know a lot of residents with kids are looking to keep their kids cool this summer. I do think that we could look, especially now that we've seen that the reserves are so strong, can we give a break to the families, the NMB residents? We should provide perks to these NMB residents. Maybe we can provide a perk to them to give the admission for families and for kids free this summer so they can stay cool. I'd like to talk about the tax discussion about the rollback versus the higher rate. the Pedro Garcia, our county appraiser, wrote that, and is quoted, with the high rate of inflation, we're seeing 40-year high inflation. Many families are struggling. This rollback reduction would prevent a tax increase for these homeowners while also providing relief for non-homestead property owners and businesses. So I really think that we need to consider the county property appraiser. People need a break. This is 40-year high inflation. Families are struggling, and I do hear what the prior speakers have said. Can we be careful now with the interest rates? They've raised a record, the highest interest rate rise, 3/4 of a point. First time in 40 years, we're dealing with the highest inflation since I was a baby. I was born in the late 70s. Okay, let's put a freeze on the events, especially with what's going on. Let's put a freeze on the free food, on the buffets. Let's be careful on how we're spending the money. Lots of families are struggling right now. Let's give a tax break tonight. Do the rollback. Listen to the county property appraiser. Let's find ways. Think about how we can give perks to NMB residents, maybe the victory pool, giving free admission to those families so their kids can stay cool. We need to make NMB a place that people feel proud of and that people want to live in, and we got to provide some perks. And this is one of the ways that we can do it. Lower the taxes, give some perks for the family parks, and thank you for all your service. Thank you.
Norma Fuentes, then Mireille Edward, and then David Zapin. Norma Fuentes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mireille Edouard, North Miami Beach, Florida, 1301 and 154th Street. I am here tonight concerning the sanitation in North Miami Beach, Florida. And the concern I have, what it's North Miami Beach, Florida become worse than ever. I lived there for about 33 years. I never seen North Miami Beach, Florida is in that situation. It's worse than Little Haiti now. We have no security. In our area, we ask for, say they have speed in the area a long time ago. They said they was gonna put speed bump. Now you guys bring beauty. We don't need beauty. We need safety first before beauty. Please, you guys have to do something about it. I live Little Haiti because I want to live in a better place. Now I cannot live in that place no more. The garbage in front of my area, they don't pick it up at all. I have to call all the time. And I know there's some of you guys knows about it. I call, nobody answer. If somebody answer, they say just to shut off my mouth. They're tired of me, and I am tired of you guys. Please, if you want me to leave, go back to Little Haiti, or to go back to Haiti, I can do that. But do not bring North Miami Beach like Little Haiti no more. I can't do it no more. You guys have to do a better job. That's why we are here to do a better job. And for your father, Mr. Mayor, when he was here, we have the best. Now you take the place. I thought you was going to make it higher than your father. Now you bring it down.
Only one vote.
No, I can't do that. We cannot take it. North Miami Beach has to be North Miami Beach, where we want to live, peace, quiet, safety, and everything. This is my concern in general. Plus the public for my children. My cat died there. My dog died there. Because the speeding area, we call and call, nobody bother. Why? Why we paying you guys? Why we hire you guys? This is my concern.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, may I ask Ms. Fuentes a question?
Yes.
Ms. Fuentes? Ms.
So
Fuentes?
Ms. Edouard, not Ms. Fuentes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard it. Excuse me. I wanted to ask her a question. You said that you called the city and they told you to stop calling? What did they tell you?
When I call them, they say yes, yes, but they just say yes to shut off my mouth.
They told you to shut up.
They didn't tell me to shut up, but they were, it's just like when I have a complaint, they're just tired of listening to me. That you know how you can talk to somebody? Oh, yes, 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 yes. But they say yes. It's because they're not going to do what I wanted. One of the manager come. Guess what he said to? I wasn't there because I was pissed off with you guys. I'm tired with it. He came and he said, how many times they pick up garbage? I think my neighbor said 4 times, but it don't take time to know why he did 4 times. Oh, this is United States of Florida. Garbage never pick up 4 times in one area. He doesn't know that they do 2 days in the alley, 2 days in front of my yard, back and forth. People that does in the alley, they pick up the garbage right in front of our yard. That's what it's been since I've been here. But you know, he doesn't know. Oh no, that have to be changed. If I was there, I would shut up him. Because if he just have the job, you know what? He need to sit. You guys need to sit with the people you hire to let them know how it was before. If you want to change something, you have to have better communication with the citizen. You guys don't have no communication at all with us.
Thank you.
You forgot about us.
All right, thank you.
You just change things without telling us nothing. We just see things change. This is not right. We're tired of it. We're not going to take it. When election come, believe me, we're not going to vote for you guys no more. You guys, I bet on it. And you know Haitian, where they stood up, they right.
Mr. Manager, I can't help but tell you my concerns and the amount of calls that I've gotten, and the speaker is right. This is a disaster. I don't know what you and your department are going to do to address this issue. It's going on with garbage. It's going on with recycling, and I'm sick and tired of it. I get 15, 20 calls. I get the calls. I get the emails, and the speaker is right. And I don't know what we're going to do, what you're going to do, but whatever you're doing is not working. And I certainly am not going to allow my name to be tarnished in this, because from day one, when we had a contract in front of us to get the job done right, I was voting to get the job done right and not put us into this $4.4 million deficit and dealing with these companies that don't know how to pick up and throw away garbage. And I'm disgusted. So that's all I could tell you, and I hope the residents know it. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Norma Fuentes, and then David Zapin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not Norma Fuentes. I'm represent her, and she have to leave. He have to work. Norma Fuentes, 1432 Northeast, 178th Street, North Miami Beach, 33162. We are part of the MMB, I'm sorry for my English, NMB Library Friends. We supporting the library programs with volunteers, with donations, and programs for the cultures and children's. We registers and represents our city. The last years, the city has a presentation program for Peru, the independence of Peru in July 2. The library asked for help, and we enjoy the gala, setting up a membership booth, and the event was great and success. And this year, we tried to the same event to create a celebration again. We have the supporting of the Consulate of Peru and many chefs and restaurants, our city, the North Miami Beach. But we tried to contact the parks, and we are a fundraising event, and we can afford it for the fees. So we tried and asked for your help to allowing it again this year for the celebration, and we asked her for donations. That donation was for benefits for the MB Library Friends. So we contribute with the programs again for the community.
Do you have any information that you want to leave with us?
Yes, I have a flyer here.
Okay. If you want, go ahead and leave it with our manager, and we can get back to you, because we don't have a back and forth. This is just public comment. We hear you. We'll let staff look at that and see what the desire.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next
David
speaker.
Zapin. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, go ahead.
David Zapin and then Lorenzo Hall.
David Zapin, 971 Northeast 158th Street, North Miami Beach, Florida. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, learned counsel. I wish I was here to talk about something light and fluffy, like name a street for my father who's been promoting, who's been a conductor for 40 years down here. Not that anyone would know. Yeah.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
Thank you. Sorry. Right. My mistake. Right. So, but that's not going to happen. The accountants, I saw their fabulous chart. I must have missed the part with the so-called circle graph and the percentages to break down how big the surplus or the deficit is compared to the larger budget. I hope it's there. My biggest complaint is the Tuesday after Easter, a lot of us received code violation warnings by certified mail, which meant a lot of us had to chase down that mail rather than you saving money by giving us postcards, if only to cover the most obvious items, so there's no secrets. We went through the same thing 5 years ago when they went out, the day before, was it Columbus Day? Again, it seemed deliberate to create mayhem. So it's bad enough, that I had to spend thousands of dollars painting the roof, money I could have used to set up real air conditioning or insulation. After all, Sunday, a lot of us suffered power outages. I know at least 8 homes did. Thank you, blown transformer. But your system was messed up 5 years ago, and of course, us having to clear our own easements. I'm glad you guys are saving money, but it's effectively a tax on us. Let the record notice I'm wearing a red shirt. In science fiction, the cliche of throwaway labor. A lot of us can't find steady work, even with skills and education. We're not old enough to retire, and we're too young to be sought after. So I hope someone is tracking that, as well as the
15
homeless.
seconds.
Thank you. The homeless and the panhandlers. Please take care of them, if only so they don't help spread a mosquito-borne disease. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Lorenzo Hall, then Kathleen Joachim.
My My name is Lorenzo Hall. I live at 1581 Northeast 151st Terrace. First, I want to come up here and say thank you to Mayor and Commissioners for the support of the redevelopment of Washington Park. I also would like to say thank you to the City Manager as well as his staff for making this come true. We've been waiting, residents of the City of North Miami Beach been waiting for this for a mighty long time. We're talking about 48 years. And once again, even though the redevelopment of Washington Park Community Center is going to be taking place in Washington Park, it's still a part within the City of North Miami Beach. And I look forward to it. Also with that, I also want to thank the City Manager for actually having a community where we was able to come out and discuss the plans of Washington Park. I think you did a great job, but the only thing is, it was currently some plans already from 2016, and we had a chance to actually email it to the city manager, as well as the commissioners, and it just to give you an idea of what was expected. And like me and you, City Manager, we actually had conversation, and we know supplies and material has gone up, but it was just we was just wondering if you can just take a look at it and just see if it will be in a scope where we can actually have it designed like that. So with that, once again, I just want to thank each and every one of y'all. And once again, to the City Manager for actually, because we had many city managers before him, tell us it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But now the residents, as well as me, we can actually see it being done, hopefully in the next year. Once again, my name is Lorenzo Hall. I'm the president of Voters Council of North Miami Beach, an organization within Washington Park. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ketley Josham. I reside at 210 Northeast 170th Street in Ulita. A little direction. Once you enter the city on 167th Street and you go north to East Drive, and from 167th to 6th Avenue, this is Ulita. North to Littman Park, which is 183rd Street. If you are on the other side of 6th Avenue, you are in Penn, Ulita, P-A-N, Ulita. These are two different areas, and we have two different situations. As a member of the Voters Council, I'm here to thank you about the redevelopment of the community center. We would like for you all to stick to the old plan that what was expected. The community center in Washington Park, we have waited so long to make sure that it is done properly, and we are asking you all to give directions to the city manager to go over the plans and look at it, and please make sure that it is done properly. Use whatever funds you have in order to make sure this is done properly, because we have waited a long time to make sure that this is done. Also, I would like to thank Ms. Mireille Edouard Courage for coming here this evening, because, like I was saying, each area have their own situation, but this garbage situation pickup has gotten out of control, and even now with Coastal, they seems to be dropping the bins on the ground. They pick it up, but it end up on the ground. I have a contact person, which I have called. But before that, when we were still with waste management, with the flies going all around the area, And people have had enough. The resident, we have had enough. We have waited, like Miss Edward had said. We who have lived in the city so long have never seen it so filthy. We need you all, who are the elected officials, to make sure that you do what you had asked us to vote for you. It was done. Now make sure that you use our money wisely. And the one thing
15 seconds.
that we are having, the situation, is with the garbage and the trash. And no one has received, a lot of people did not receive the notification that the recycling was going to be picked up every other month.
Your time has
So I'm
ended.
asking you all to send some type of notification to everyone in the city where they will know that this recycling is picked up every other month. Otherwise, you're going to have people that put their bins out every week.
Every other.
Thank you.
It's every other week.
For those listening, it's every other week, and I will not harp on my comments. I've already said what I had to say. We have an issue with recycling and the communication. Next speaker.
Janice Coakley, Mr. Kazan, and then Tricia Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, staff. My name is Janice Coakley. I believe I don't have to give my address, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm here speaking on an item that has been brought up several times for discussion. And I know with the way the agenda is going tonight, it's not going to make the discussion. And it's about civil service. Civil service, first I want to start off, the residents voted to keep civil service. Previous staff and city manager, not the staff that's sitting up here now, remove IUPA and ASME, the two unions, out of civil service. I'm going to try to read briefly a little bit of background on civil service reform in general. ASME supports effort to modernize outmoded rules and regulation, but a merit-based employment system is essential for quality public service. A fair, consistent, and objective decision-making process limits workplace conflicts, reduce litigation, increase productivities, and employee satisfaction. Civil service system exists for a good reason: to insulate public employees from politics, favoritism, and arbitrary treatment in regard to hiring, promotions, and discipline. Anything less would restitute a political base spoil system that would put to rest decades ago. I know several commissioners tried to bring it up. I hope to say that this will become an item one day and stop going for discussion, because it looks like it's not going to get discussed. And in closing, if we bring our garbage back and let the city run it, it will be just fine. Bring it back in. Thank you.
Mr. Kazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. I totally agree that what the mayor had said to pull the consent agenda. Some of the items, I talked with the city clerk, Andres, to look over what the consent agenda stands for. And if she had understood it, she would have known that when the members do not want to discuss items on the consent agenda, it could be pulled and discussed. I tried looking for the AFR or CAFR or whatever. I heard Commissioner Joseph at 6:53 p.m. He said CAFR, and I hear in members saying AFR. Can you please tell us where we are with AFR and CAFR? What is it? And what I noted, on February 22nd, 2021, the past city manager, he said that we had $29.5 million in reserves. Tonight, I'm hearing we have $15.6 million in unassigned reserves. So there's like a drop of almost $15 million. Where did that money gone to? Last meeting, it was canceled. I wanted to make it. I did not make it at the April meeting, but I wanted to discuss the city attorney or the city attorney's office that you people hired for $60,000 a month. We had an entire room full of attorneys, and we paid them less than that. And you're giving one man part-time job. Be it if you could get 100 people or what, it's all part-time. They probably don't even put in 20 hours a week. And you're giving him $720,000. As an American, I must think if there's a kickback somewhere along the line, when things like this happen in different cities or in our city or in the county or what have you, this is a serious city that we have. It's not a village or a village office. We should be having a full-time attorney attending to our business and not one of our handpicked friends where we can hey, you need to give me like a 10 grand every month or something from that, whatever that city would be paying them.
Speaker, please don't make any
general
comments like that if you don't have facts.
General
it's not
comment
appropriate.
I make.
Thank you, Speaker.
General comment
I just want to hold order. Thank you.
I just want to say, as an American,
15 seconds.
We must think widely and get rid of the city attorney's office company and bring in back our city attorneys that we've had. We had like 6 lawyers.
Your time has ended, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We've had like 6 lawyers. Thank you very much.
The last signed speaker is Tricia Harris.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Harris. I'm from Highland Village area. I'm here to thank the city manager and a few of the employees that came to Highland Village during this last storm and helped some of the residents where their houses were flooding due to the water and the sewer system over there, whatever it is. Some of the people also called me after the fact and notified me that they were having problems flushing their toilets. So I wanted to bring that to the commission so that you guys were aware of that. I had not mentioned that to the city manager because I was unaware of it at the time he was in the neighborhood during that time. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. I know that there was a program that was in the works that Judine was working on for Highland Village to get another water holding spot, I guess is what you would call it. I don't know the actual terminology. You have to apologize for that. But I definitely want to make sure that it stays on board with the commission and the new people because I don't know who took Judine's spot. I believe I did meet him. I'm not positive that that's who it was. but I want to keep that on board for Highland Village because I don't want to flood. And this last time that we did have the rain, and this was not even a real storm, it was just a lot of rain, it came up further on my property than it's ever been. So, and I know other people had water in their houses. Unfortunately, a lot of them rent, and it never gets reported to the government that these people had problems because the landlord just comes in and takes care of the problem, and it doesn't get sent to the insurance companies and whatever, and there's nothing done with insurance. So Dade County always says, well, we don't know that they're flooding. So maybe we could come up with a way of us reporting it to the city and showing it to the city so the city could do something a little bit better for it. And I hope that everything works out the best for Washington Park. We've been waiting a very long time. As a child, I played over there, went back and forth from Highland Village to Washington Park. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'm sorry, can I take one more second?
Go ahead and finish up, please.
Okay, as far as for the garbage, I have something to state about garbage because in Highland Village, I notice a lot of times people are not putting their garbage in plastic bags. They have their garbage inside their house, they go outside and they dump the garbage out into the garbage. That's one of the reasons you get flies. Also, a combination to stop the flies and in your garbage can, if you guys pour bleach at the bottom of your garbage can, it will assist to keep away the flies from your garbage can. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Madam Clerk,
We do not have any other signed speakers, Mayor.
if there's anybody else wishing to speak in public comment, now is the time where you can speak on the item when it comes before us. If you want to step up in public comment, now is the time. All right, seeing none, public comment is closed at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, sir.
Manager, yes, sir.
I just want to kind of address the sanitation things. I know Ms. Edward, I'm happy that she did clarify that nobody told her to shut up. I'm happy she did clarify that. But we have the assistant manager as well as our new sanitation person have gone out and have been working with Ms. Edward. Also, right now, currently, the metrics right now with Coastal are very good. We've been working with Mr. Casagrande and both of my assistant managers. We take this sanitation thing very serious, especially where we came from with waste management. So right now we're at a 0.6% missed pickups. And we're at 100% of getting those resolved by the next day. This 0.6 is as the drivers get accustomed to the routes and they're learning the routes, the in and outs of North Miami Beach, but we are addressing it. So I think as everybody recalled, during that first week, that first 2 weeks, we were inundated with phone calls that we were picking up the stuff left over by waste management, what they weren't doing. But as we've progressed on and now going into getting ready to start the second month of the contract, the calls are few and far between now. We are working on, and we've continued to push out the message of the every other week recycling, not twice, not every other month, every other week recycling. And we're working on, and it will be on the water bills and everything. And the one thing, and it's going out, but we are working on a way to kind of reach those individuals who don't go online, who don't do social media. So we're working on that and to get them, abreast of everything that's happening. So we are diligently working on this issue with sanitation. I definitely want to thank Mr. Casagrande because it's gotten a lot better. I know at the beginning we had some problems with some turned over cans. That was addressed immediately. That was the first week of the contract, addressed immediately. Sanitation is getting better, and like I said, this isn't nothing that we have any, supervisors or anything doing. This is being handled by the two assistant assistant city manager. So we're diligently working on sanitation, and just ask the residents, like I said, we're down to 0.6% missed pickups, and they're 100% of those getting corrected the next day. So we will have this together. We do anticipate, we'll have a couple more bumps for the next couple of weeks, but we're almost at the point where we won't have any problems. But I just wanted to let the commission know that we're diligently working on it, and let the residents know that as well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the update.
Mayor.
Thank you for the update. Is there anybody else wishing to have any questions about the comment? Okay.
Mayor John Casagrande, Coastal Waste and Recycling. Just in case anybody has any questions, I didn't get up here soon enough for the public comment, but the city manager and I work together. Assistant city manager and I speak probably daily or email. We're working on every issue, but again, we are 21 days into a new contract. As far as notifying everyone about the every other week recycling, we have sent out the flyers, postcard, magnets, and it's on your water bill as well as on the website. We try to get as much information on the website as possible. We have now linked the contract itself this way, which is a public document. Anybody wants to read the contract, they can. It's on the website. So we try to get as much information out as possible. It is a learning curve. I apologize for knocking down the carts. The guys, they're learning as well and getting used to just handling the new equipment, and also to understand that we have not had a full cycle of bulk yet. Bulk is once a month, so we have not had a full cycle of bulk. The alleyways are a mess. Not blaming anybody else, but the predecessor here, your previous contractor, probably didn't do a diligent job as he knew he was leaving. But we are aware of the alleyways. We are getting special equipment in here to clean the alleyways and the piles that were left prior. But again, just tomorrow will give us a full cycle of recycling. So every resident by tomorrow will have their second pickup, so to speak, in the month. So it's 21 days into the contract, and we have some growing pains, and I apologize, and we will get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Casagrande. You could do us all a great favor by sitting next to that beautiful lady over there that's dressed in yellow. She has a few words, and maybe you can help her out, and she could be a great advocate for you.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Absolutely.
All right.
And if I can just add one thing, Mayor, you're leaving the lids. They're not being closed. The lids are left open. You said that wouldn't happen because it was the weight or something.
Right, the lids are designed to close as it comes down. But sometimes the drivers are a little hasty, and we will address that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Okay. Seeing nothing. Thank you very much. All right, so we were finishing public comment, going to announcements from public affairs.
Skip that.
Evening, buenas noches, bonsoir, shalom, Mr. Mayor, esteemed commissioners, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, Mr. Attorney, directors, staff, residents, and guests of the city of North Miami Beach. We'd like to share with you a few of the wonderful events from the Public Affairs Department on behalf of the Mayor and Commissioners that will be taking place in the city of North Miami Beach. We'd like to start with a special spotlight on our seniors. Starting on June 24th, this Friday, June 24th, it's the Senior Father's Day Lunch to all of our NMB seniors. The City of North Miami Beach's liaison on the Commission on Aging, Commissioner Paulie Villard, will be celebrating seniors and senior fathers in particular once again at the NMB Monthly Senior Luncheon on Friday, June 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be raffles and prizes, and delicious food will be served, all free for our seniors. The Seniors Father Day Lunch will be held at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center, located on 17051 Northeast 19th Avenue, North Miami Beach, Florida, and the doors open at 10 a.m. We'll see you there. And don't forget, seniors, every Tuesday and Thursday is Get Fit with Coach D. If you're 60 plus years young, the North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission, in an effort led by Commissioner Polly Villard, the liaison to the Commission on Aging, have created a safe space for our seniors to get active, have fun, and maybe even win a prize or two. That's every Tuesday and Thursday between 11:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. in the McDonald Center. And for a limited time only, the Young at Heart Senior Camp from June 21st to August 5th, 2022, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday through Friday. Join this year's senior camp to enjoy stretch chairs, resistance band exercises, body weight workouts, and so many other things. You can call 305-948-2957 for more information. Again, call 305-948-2957. Now, did you know the city of North Miami Beach has a dynamic new summer activities guide? Its publication was spearheaded by the Youth Advisory Board liaison, Commissioner Daniela Jean. This new summer activity guide is loaded with information on fun and creative indoor and outdoor activities for the summer right here in the great city of North Miami Beach. Featuring North Miami Beach's Discovery Library, the NMB PAL program, and a plethora of parks and recreation activities. To find out how to secure a copy of the NMB Summer Activity Guide, log on to citynmb.com. Again, if you want to get a copy or want to find out how to secure a copy, log on to citynmb.com. Now, the City of North Miami Beach and NMB Commissioner Michael Joseph, in conjunction with State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle and State Senator Chevron Jones and community partners, present a seal and expungement redemption workshop. Do you or someone you know have a criminal record that haunts them and can't put their past behind them? Well, this is the seal and expungement workshop you need to come to. Come find out if you qualify to have your criminal record sealed or expunged right here in North Miami Beach at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center from 4 to 7 p.m. on Thursday, June 23rd. Again, Thursday, June 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. right here at the McDonald Center. The Seal and Expungement Redemption Workshop. Now, the City of North Miami Beach invites you to the Affordable Housing Town Hall meeting on Tuesday, June 28th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center, located at 17051 Northeast 19th Avenue, right here in the great city of North Miami Beach. The Community Planning and Development Department will discuss the findings of the newly created Affordable Housing Study. During the meeting, the following topics will be highlighted: rental and housing costs, per capita income and the economy, population growth, new developments, affordable housing strategies, and land use and zoning. Come and find out more about the state of housing in the city of North Miami Beach at the Affordable Housing Town Hall on Tuesday, June 28th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. And the city of North Miami Beach is more than pleased to announce that our interim chief, Harvette S. Smith, is being promoted to Chief of Police of the North Miami Beach Police Department. You are all cordially invited to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Chief Harvette Smith Wednesday, June 29th at 2 p.m. at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater at 17011 Northeast 19th Avenue. Chief Smith has served the city of North Miami Beach since 1990. She began her career as a communications officer and rose through the ranks. Her institutional knowledge and understanding of the fundamental needs of the department and the community provide great value as we move into the next chapter of our police department. So on Wednesday, June 29th at 2 p.m. at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater, come and witness history in the making for the swearing-in ceremony of Chief Harvette Smith. Well, that concludes the announcements from your City of North Miami Beach Public Affairs Department. Be safe, be well, and be the change you'd like to see.
Okay, any other messages from public affairs? That's it? Okay, I guess we're done. Mr.
Vice Mayor.
On line number 8, City Commission reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Daniela Jean.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. Just wanted to congratulate the police department on receiving the Excelsior status recently. So I guess there was an applaud earlier for that. Can we get an applause for our police department for being able to secure that covenant? Fourth in a row. So kudos to our police department for continuing to do a great job. Again, for those of you who are interested in picking up your summer guide, please feel free to do so. And also wanted to congratulate all the commissioners for taking part in our summer literacy campaign. So if you've seen banners throughout the city with that information on it, thank you again. And last but not least, we celebrated Juneteenth and all that it signifies as it relates to freedom for especially for Black Americans who were not receiving their freedom as of 1776, but really as of 1865. So kudos to Commissioner Joseph for leading that charge. And again, thank you for being here tonight. Hopefully we have a very successful meeting.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a few thoughts. Commissioner Jean mentioned Juneteenth. We had a great event this past Saturday, and looking forward to next year. 2, happy 4th of July. Please stay safe. Please make sure you watch your kids around these fireworks. Believe me, they're pretty fast, especially when they're young. Also, please go, if you haven't taught these kids how to swim, let's start out early. It's a good trait to have. It's a good skill to have so they can swim and be able to stay safe in the water and not to have any unfortunate accidents. And lastly, I just want to tell everybody, please, your recycle bins, put them out tonight. There'll be pickup tomorrow. Stay safe. Have a great and safe summer. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that the next food distribution that the City of North Miami Beach is having is Saturday, July 16th at City Hall at 9 a.m. Thank you to Farm Share, Joshua's Heart, Jackson North, Chick-fil-A, 7-Eleven, and all the volunteers. Congratulations to Chief Harvette Smith for becoming our permanent Chief of Police, and to the Police Department for achieving the Excelsior status once again. The library board members, as well as myself, would like to express their sympathies to the family of Mickey Cooper. Mickey was a resident of North Miami Beach and a library board member, passed away last week. We have all been in contact with his daughter, Celine. We will miss him dearly. He was a friend to all of us, a wonderful person who let us sing to him, "Oh, Mickey, you're so fine," and just smiled at us like he always did. May he rest in peace. Happy first day of summer. Please make sure your children are safe near pools, the water, and wear sunscreen. Happy Independence Day to us all. Be careful with the fireworks. Peace and prosperity on the occasion of the upcoming Eid al-Adha. Local voices make local choices. Thank you.
Commissioner Paulie Villard.
I had something that I was going to say. I had something reading, but I'm just going to pass on it. But I'll just, I'll just say something else, just for the sake of a good meeting. But, there are 7 elected officials, because we have the mayor, we have the vice mayor. But it is always a great pleasure when someone always come and remember my name. So kudos, I like that. Thank you so much for always, appreciating me. And, I'm here for you guys to work hard. So whenever you need me, you can call me. My number is really public. So if you need to get in touch with Commissioner Villard, I'm always available, kind of 24 hours. So anything, any concern, any question, any comments, you can always call me. And I would like to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers, especially fathers that we have here and all the fathers in the great city of North Miami Beach. And on Friday, June 24th, we're going to continue with our Seniors Luncheon. This is something that's been here before me. Commissioner Phyllis Smith was here, and she used to do it every month. So, you know, it's nothing changed. It's nothing new. It's the same thing that we've been doing. So it's going to be Father's Day. We just call it a name, but it's a luncheon for the seniors. Every last Friday of the month, we have a luncheon for the seniors. And of course, we have so many sponsors. This time it's going to be Chen Medical Center and Primary Care Medical Center that sponsor this luncheon. No money coming from the city of North Miami Beach. Every month, we have a sponsor. So we take care of our seniors, you know, because, you know, those seniors, they've been living in the city for a long time. We have to show appreciation, okay? So, and you're welcome to come. If you're 55 and older, 90, 91, 92, you can still come. So I invite you to come on June 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the McDonald Center to attend the Seniors Luncheon. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays, we continue having Stay Fit N&B with Coach Z. You come enjoy yourself, have a good time. This is what we are here for. We are working to make sure our community is together. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I want to say we had a great CRA meeting with a lot of updates on what we're doing for economic development and small business development. In addition to that, I want to say thank you to everyone that participated in our Juneteenth event, spearheaded by Commissioner Michael Joseph. It was a great turnout and really shed some light on the HBCU Greek culture and some of the great bands that we had, that we have in and around Miami-Dade and Broward. For those of you who are here, it was a Broward school that won the Battle of the Bands. Also, I want to thank the staff, the team, Athalie, City Manager, Assistant City Manager Jadelle Merzius, and Assistant City Manager Brown, as well as Lynetta Jackson, and all of the team, Nadia, all of the team that really, Parks and Rec, everyone that put their hands together to make our job fair a success. It's my understanding that we had over 200 plus people that attended the job fair. 280 people that attended the job fair, and way more that RSVP'd online. But in addition to that, what's key and important is that I believe we're on our way to creating $600,000 of economic impact. And when we say economic impact, meaning money in people's pockets. That day we hired, I believe, 11 people, 10 people for the city of North Miami Beach alone. So those jobs are averaging somewhere in the 30,000 plus range. So to hire 10 people on the spot in a 4-hour event for the city alone is great. The other vendors that were there actually hired people on the spot as well. I know Cricket Wireless had someone start on Monday, and we're still gathering numbers as to how many other people were hired on the spot and how many people have interviews and things lined up. So it was a great event, but I really want to thank the staff because they led and spearheaded everything, very professional, and I appreciate their hard work. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say to the police department that a lot of people said we weren't going to get that Excelsior Award. People were making comments about, the police department going down the tank, et cetera, but I'm here to say, and I'm happy to say, that the police department is Excelsior. The police department, is moving in the right direction and is doing what they need to do. And I'm so happy with the leadership of Harvette Smith and all of the command staff. You guys rock. You guys deserve it. And looking forward to more great things from the police department. Yeah, you guys can clap for that. And along that same line, we need to make, the police department more competitive. So, Mr. Manager, I am adding something additional to your plate. We need to start looking at creating a bonus structure for recruiting. because a lot of our other municipalities have bonuses, and out of police academy, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at compensation packages. So maybe we should consider some bonuses to make sure we can recruit. You're already on it. Okay, very good. All right. And last but certainly not least, I want to say happy early birthday to Commissioner Paulie Villard. Happy early birthday. We appreciate you. We love you. And we wish you a very happy and pleasant birthday. God bless you all, and look forward to an expedient meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. 62 and counting.
Amen.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo.
All right, thank you. We have one more thing pending. All right, if you bear with me 1 second, I just want to let everybody know, Mr. Manager, we have issues in the alleyway of right off of 19th Avenue and 182, right behind that Circle K store that's there, that food mart. At night and in the mornings, you find beer bottles all over the parking lot. I'm hoping that maybe our police department or we can put a watch order on the area behind that 7-Eleven or whatever convenience store that is, right off of 19th, and I believe it's 182 if I'm not mistaken. Could be 180th, I'm not sure. But we have a terrible problem with vagrants and drinking and stuff going on back there. I would hope that our staff can get on there right away. A couple of comments, because I don't know if I'm going to make it tonight to the mayor's discussion, but if I don't, I just want to go ahead and say, if there's stuff in this legislation that I don't agree with. I, for one, was looking this year to be able to lower this millage rate and get the consensus of my colleagues to go down at least 1 point for this city, for the taxpayers. You, the taxpayers of this city, deserve a break. And this is what I wanted to bring up, and I'm hearing that instead of going down, we might go up. Folks, how many other parties can we have? How many other events can we have? How many other gift cards can we give away? It's all good and great. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying we are in a tough crisis. They say we're not in a recession. We are in a recession when you're paying $6 a gallon for gas and you can't buy milk, okay? We have problems. We need to help our residents. And by lowering the millage rate and you paying less taxes, that's what I'm here to try and achieve this year during budget season. And it's time to give back to you, the taxpayers and the voters of this city. That's what your mayor is going to be fighting for, and I hope the rest of my commission is on board to make sure that we make this an achievement and do something for our residents. I'm concerned about some other issues. Mr. Manager, I'm concerned. I know as a mayor and commission, we don't get involved in the hiring and firing of anybody, but I'm going to express my concerns on somebody who was fired that worked here at the city of North Miami Beach. As a matter of fact, it was a security guard that all of us see every day in the lobby. A very nice Haitian lady who I speak to frequently and has 5 children. You did not even give this person an opportunity or a break. And I am more and more getting so disappointed at what's going on in this city with the people that are leaving us and what is going on with the retention of people. It's not good. And the people who are retiring and going to other cities, they're not retiring and going to go fly a kite. Mr. Manager, you somehow are deterring great employees. We've lost Judine Johnson. We've lost Gadimi. These people were masterminds of helping and working in public works. We've lost them all. And I'm very concerned on down the line with many others. I don't want the list to go long, but it is long, that have left, and the exodus that is beginning here in North Miami Beach. We do not have a good reputation or a good name out there right now. I'm concerned, and I'm concerned at particularly this one person who I feel very bad for. This lady was a very hard worker, and if she did make a mistake, I would hope that she would be able to get a warning, but she didn't.
Would you like me to address that, sir?
No, not at this time.
No problem.
I just want the residents of this city to know that the mayor always knows what's going on and cares about everybody and everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your ethnicity is, what your religion is, what your background is. I am a mayor for all, and that should have never happened. And I'll leave it at that, and if I can get to the mayor's discussion, you'll hear more from me. If not, give me a call. You all have my number, and you have my ear. I love you all.
Can I address it now, Mr. Mayor?
You can address it during your manager's report. Let's go ahead and move on to.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor, just to ask because I want some clarity as to what you're saying. Is the security person someone that's under your purview, or is that a private company?
That's a private company. They don't work for the city. That's a private company we contract with.
So you have no hiring or firing power?
I have no hiring or firing power. The one thing that did happen on the heels of the shooting.
Here's where a part of my French.
I just want to get the answer first.
But you're asking a question that's going into the report that he needs to give.
No, I know, but you gave me permission to ask the question. So I just
on the heels of the shooting in Texas, we came back and the security guard was gone. The security guard wasn't here for a few hours. Her job is to watch the lobby. She left her post. And my job, I'm responsible for everybody in this building and to make sure everyone is safe. She had a obligation to be there, and she was not there. We called the company to let them know that she left her post, whatever. They sent us a new employee. So I didn't fire her. I simply reported what was happening and that I wasn't pleased with it, and they needed to fix it. So that's it. Now, it would be a whole different story. We'll have a whole different conversation if we'd had a mass shooting here at the city of North Miami Beach because the security guard chose to leave their post for 2 hours. And then that would have been my fault for not protecting the employees that I was sworn in to protect here. So I'm here and I have an obligation to the employees and to you guys to make sure that the day-to-day operations at the city of North Miami Beach are running correctly. I did that. I did address the matter, and that's what happened. I don't want anybody to think that, oh, this poor old lady, I just walked down the way that I didn't like the way she looked. No, it wasn't that. She walked away from her post, left her post. Right now, security is at the utmost. That's what it is now, because we've had how many shootings in the last 2 months? I mean, you can't count them, but I'm not going to sit and I'm just going to let it pass by that somebody walks away from a post. That's not acceptable, especially in this day and time.
You know what's really not acceptable is that we don't get two sides to every story. That's your side. The security has another side. So, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, I encourage you to maybe.
Oh, for sure. I just wanted to know because she is a nice lady. I just wanted to know what happened.
There's two sides to every story.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, look at both sides of the coin. Commissioner Smuckler, you have a presentation before we continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we had a presentation at the 5 o'clock commission conference meeting for Chick-fil-A, and they couldn't make it. They got here but missed the deadline for the 6 o'clock, so we're going to do this quickly now. So if Chick-fil-A can just come up a moment, and my commissioners, if you want to come to the front to do this presentation. Thank you. So I just want to start by saying that at the May food distribution that the city of North Miami Beach held, that Chick-fil-A gave out 200 free breakfast item cards. And at this past Saturday's food distribution, they also gave out 200 free breakfast sandwich gift cards to those waiting in line. So I really want to thank you all for your support in helping those in need and for being a wonderful business partners of North Miami Beach. So Chick-fil-A, to be successful, you have to have your heart in your business, and your business is your heart. You like Chick-fil-A? Yeah? Okay, good. Thomas Watson, Jr. Whereas the city of North Miami Beach recognizes and values the dedication, commitment, and entrepreneurial spirit of Chick-fil-A within our community, and
whereas Chick-fil-A is a part of the backbone of the local economy and keeps the community growing, strong, and moving in the right direction.
Whereas the city of North Miami Beach supports and joins in the effort to help Chick-fil-A succeed, prosper, and remain vibrant in the community. And whereas we love Chick-fil-A, we eat it a lot. Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
I think the fourth one.
Whereas the city of North Miami Beach strongly encourages and promotes Chick-fil-A and other franchises and organizations throughout the South Florida community,
And whereas Chick-fil-A, located at 820 North Miami Beach Boulevard, proudly serves high-quality chicken sandwiches. Yes, nuggets. Oh, yes. Salads. I eat those too. And sides to the residents and citizens of North Miami Beach and surrounding areas.
And macaroni and cheese.
Oh, we're going to list the whole menu.
Now, therefore, we, the mayor and commission of the great city of North Miami Beach, Florida, do hereby honor and recognize Chick-fil-A for their support, impact, and commitment to expanding our local economy, financial growth, and their dedication to the great city of North Miami Beach. Congratulations.
You know, the first time I ever went to a Chick-fil-A is here in North Miami Beach, but I always remember Commissioner Joseph being so excited. No, it was you. It was you. Oh, being excited that, oh, Chick-fil-A is coming to Jefferson Plaza. So, yes.
Yeah, yes. This past Juneteenth, our black-owned business here, and he is a black-owned business of Chick-fil-A, Afro-Latino, and he was able to donate close to 250 meals to our kids, our children in North Miami Beach, out of his own heart. And he had the cow too. They took pictures with the cow. And the kids loved it. And he did an awesome job. He brought additional meals. He was actually bringing the food, working at the restaurant, and still doing all that and keeping a smile on his face. It made that day, very pleasing, and it put a lot of kids, a lot of smiles on these kids. And you did an awesome job. Thank you for supporting Juneteenth. You were one of our main sponsors for the Kids Zone, and I'm pretty sure they love the chicken nuggets and the organic juices that you offer. Thank you.
And that morning, they were also there at the food distribution. Janice was there, personally giving out the gift cards to the people in line. So thank you. Thank you so much for being so good to North Miami Beach.
You want to say hi? Yeah. Say hello.
Hello!
We're beyond grateful. From the very beginning, want to say thank you to Mayor, the commissioners, city manager, all the staff, our North Miami Beach Police Department. We are humble with the amount of support that we have received from day one. It's an honor to be the face of Chick-fil-A here in North Miami Beach. It's an honor to be able to serve a community that is very close to us. Born in Dominican Republic, raised in New York, and now a resident here in South Florida. So we're beyond blessed to be here. Our journey with North Miami Beach actually started before we even know it. In 2018, this little man right here was born in Jackson North Medical Center. Unknown to us, he actually went into foster care, ultimately ended up in our care, and ultimately ended up being adopted. So we have a connection to this city that it goes beyond what we thought will happen, and little by little we're being able to continue to serve and give back to the community with hiring locally here, growing the business, and we just are super grateful for all the support, residents, and all of the city staff here. So we're very thankful for that, and we appreciate all of your business, and we'll continue to work together to serve our community. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure, yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's so great when you see great people from the community giving back. One big happy family, folks. At least we try and make it that way. Next, we have our consent agenda. Mr. Attorney, if you want to read through it, please let me know at what point I can ask what I need to ask on the several items that I pulled that I have some questions on. And as a point of clarification on item number 9.9, I pulled it for two reasons. One, I had a question. Two, whoever typed this misspelled Turnbull. It's Turnbull.
Okay.
Ruben and Turnbull.
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of personal privilege. I know you're a sports buff. The Chick-fil-A owner-operator was my middle school basketball coach. So he's not only run a business, he also volunteered as a coach. I just want to note that for the record, okay?
Thank you for your grace, your humbleness, and you're willing to give back as a leader. You deserve all the credit you got.
The first item is 9.1 is regular commission meeting minutes of April 19, 2022. Item 9.2 is a resolution authorizing the purchase of pumps, parts, and repairs from Xylem Water Solution, Inc. Item 9.3 is a resolution ratification of contract award for landscape of 183rd Street. Item 9.4 is a resolution awarding bid to McMaster for pump station number 4. Item 9.5 is a resolution expressing support for Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance adopted by Miami-Dade County. This is sponsored by Commissioner Vallard. Item 9.6 is resolution recognizing National Police Week, which is sponsored by Commissioner Paulie Vallard and Commissioner Danielle Lejean. Item 9.7 is resolution awarding the bid for 151st Street Northeast 14th Avenue roundabout. Item 9.8 is resolution authorize the purchase of furniture from Global Furniture for the second floor renovation. Item 9.9 is a resolution approving professional service contract with Ruben, Turnbull and Associate. Item 9.10 is a resolution approving change order for second floor renovation project. Item 9.11 is resolution for professional service with E.L. Wardens Company for planning and zoning service. Item 9.7 is a resolution amending the comprehensive policy governing travel expenditure for mayor and city commission. Item 9.13 is a resolution ratifying purchase order for Northeast 15th Avenue Bridge Improvement Project. Item 9.14 is resolution approving change order for the purchase of potable water automated meter reading. Item 9.15 is a resolution approving change order for purchase or operational OEM parts and service from Environmental Products of Florida. Item 9.16 is a resolution approving purchase and delivery of well pump motor from Afton Pumps, Inc. Item 9.17, which is sponsored by Mayor Anthony DeFilippo, is a resolution approving supporting autism awareness for the city of North Miami Beach. Item 9.18 is a resolution approving purchase of fleet vehicles from L&J Automotive Management. Item 9.19, resolution approving purchase of life and safety service from Center Corporation. Item 9.20 is a resolution approving change order for the purchase of carbon dioxide from Airgas USA. Item 9.21 is a resolution approving change order for the purchase of from American Water Chemicals. Item 9.22 is a resolution condemning recent mass shooting in the United States. This item is sponsored by Vice Mayor Flomon, Commissioner Paulie Villard, and Commissioner Smuggler. Providing for severability, providing for conflict, providing for effective date. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I have briefly some questions on some of the items, if I may. I'm going to go here real quick. One was the roundabout that you're bringing up here. Mr. Manager, can you explain a little bit about what you're doing in this area of 151st and Northeast 14th Avenue with the roundabout, and so the residents understand what this item is about that's of big expenditure?
Yes, it's simply a traffic calming device. Roundabout, it's been in your capital improvement plan for a couple of years.
Yes.
Finally, we come in and we got it moving. So we already have the design work. We're ready to go to construction with this item. It was this area, and it was also complaints about 151st and 12th Avenue. So we're thinking this one here might alleviate the problem for both intersections because it's close by. So this is just us moving what was already approved in your capital improvement plan.
Good. For clarification, I'd like to know some things, so I'm good with that. Going to item 9.3, there's resolution that you're asking to award an invitation to bid by landscaping improvements. I thought we had addressed our landscaping. Can you tell us why this is coming up and it's a different
Yes,
area?
this is actually part of, this is FDOT's right away that we have a joint use agreement with them that we will maintain these medians on 183rd Street, and we're supposed to put it out to bid. We put it out to bid. They actually give us money towards this one as well.
Okay.
So that's what it is.
No problem. So that the people driving around the city, when they see two different companies, they understand who's doing what and why and what for. Just a point of clarification. It's all good. Item 9.9, my question on that was, and again, I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions as I go along, but if not, please raise your hand so I know. Besides the spelling on the title, I wanted to know the lobbying services. This is for. Is this going to be here locally, or is this federal?
This is federal lobbying, sir.
Federal lobbying?
Yes.
And did we put this out to bid, or how did we come to the conclusion that this?
I believe it was out prior to me coming here. This is just the second year of an agreement that we had with Turnbull.
Okay, so that everybody knows out there, you know, we were using them in the past.
Yes.
And moving forward, this is what you're putting before us. Yeah. Is there any reason why the price tag is so high
Well, that 90,000 is 90,000 over the course of a year.
Okay.
So it'll be broken into installations, monthly payments, but the 90,000 is over the course of a year, and that's really, I mean, it's right at the right price. That is a very competitive price, sir.
And it is for only federal issues.
This is only for federal issues.
Here with our local lobbyists that we have in place.
With Ron Book, this has nothing to do with that. And just, I mean, this firm that we're using are definitely responsible for the $1.1 million that we did get federally. Right now, we have something pending for about $2 million. So we've seen the fruits of their labor last year, and I think we're going to have another great year this year with our federal lobbyist.
I have no doubt. I know the firm very well, and many people that work there, and I know they're working very hard for us. Just for clarification for those listening, that's the only reason why I bring it up.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one additional, since you're talking about this issue and you asked if we had any comment as you're coming down?
Yeah, if you just let me finish, and then I'll give you
no, just on that issue. I'll just say, you know, you mentioned it before, and the manager mentioned it before, that our state lobbyist is Ron Book. He's done an excellent job. And, you know, I just want to put that on the record. I know we all have an affinity with his firm. He's been with us for a very long time prior to myself coming up here, and he's been very effective for us, and he's been able to help us get not just money from the state budget, but also from programs with for our infrastructure and our water plant, going up to $17 million in some cases. So I just wanted to add that point, that Ron Book's firm has been very good to us, and I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's very important. It's one of the reasons why I asked the question, because Ron Book and Associates have done a phenomenal job for this city. And for clarification for everybody listening, so you understand, your government here in North Miami Beach has two lobbyists, one that represents us at the federal level and one here at the state level. Thank you, Commissioner. The other question I had was in reference to item 9.10, the renovation project and change order. We had set aside a big chunk of cash for the second floor, and we don't even have an update on where we are on the second floor, when we're going back into the chambers. But I'd like to know why we need $52,000 more. You said an HVAC handler. I don't. Can you go more into depth on this particular item, and maybe as to when we can go back to the chambers?
Yes, the HVAC handler, the second floor had a different HVAC handler that was not connected to the whole system as a whole. This $52,000 change order we're putting in will have it where the second floor is all on the same motherboard or component, that we could control everything remotely for the second floor as well. So it wasn't like that before. We're putting it in now with the renovations. As far as update, the renovation's going well. I did put a update. I think it just went out last week. I know everybody hasn't got a chance to read it, but the monthly report that we put out definitely had the update of the second floor renovations. And I do anticipate them being done beginning of August, end of July. So we're almost done.
When can we anticipate? I know that we voted to stay here as a mayor and commission, but when are we going back into the chambers? I don't know. I want your opinion and that of the commission.
Well, I know we're doing some upgrades to the stuff. We turned everything on to see if everything was working. IT's working on some upgrades for the second floor to make sure everything is working. Whenever the board wants to go back, I mean, that's there, but we're working on the upgrades. We should be done August will be done with the upgrades. And also, I mean, I just was informed that the renovation of the second floor, I'll be more like September will be done. So.
Okay. Well, I hope you can get us in there, and if it's the will of this commission, that we get in there as soon as possible so we can conduct our business in our chambers as we go back to the new normal. The other item was the 9.12, which was the traveling expenditures for the mayor and commission. Can you elaborate on that?
So what that what that is, when the mayor and commission travel, the per diem amount, I believe the per diem amount is set to 25% of whatever the GSA government rate is for per diem. I just definitely, when I first got here, it was strange, and I've had it needed to be changed. It's all city employees, everyone here gets 100% of the GSA rate when they travel, and it's no need for it to be separate between employees and commission. Technically, all of us definitely do work here, and we all fall under the GSA. This is more consistent with all of our neighboring cities, who everyone does the same thing. It's 100% of the rate. So this is me putting it on here to change it to when the mayor and commission travel, they will get, and that GSA rate is just for the per diem amount, the amount when that you get for your meals when you're gone.
Okay, so there's going to be an increase in some spending and travel.
Yeah, I would say, but the travel budgets are very minimal. So yeah.
Okay, I just so everybody listening out there knows what's going on. Last one is 9.15, the OEM parts. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, let me have Ms. Megan talk to Ms. Megan Bennett from procurement.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. Yes, this is a request to increase the contract for environmental products. It's for heavy equipment parts for city vehicles, the Vector trucks, sweepers, that sort of equipment.
So it's to purchase OEM equipment?
Yes, the parts and services needed to repair those trucks and equipment when they have issues.
Is there any reason why we're using OEM parts and not original parts?
Yes, OEM stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer, so
Correct.
It's original parts.
Yeah, it's OEM is it's not the official brand, it's the unmarked brand.
That would be.
That's what my question was about.
No, they are original parts from reputable companies, sir.
Replicated.
Yes.
No.
Reputable.
They're original equipment.
Okay, I just want to put that on the record and make sure that that's what you're buying.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and then my last question was, and it's not really a question, it's really a show of support. However, there's something in here that conflicts, and I think everybody needs to know, and I'm totally in favor of the next item, which is 9.22, Resolution 2022-88. The title says, condemning recent mass shootings in the United States and who supported it. And in the resolution, it says a resolution of the mayor and the city of North Miami Beach and Commissioner of North Miami Beach condemning the domestic terrorism attack against the elementary school against students in Uvalde, Texas, condemning the domestic terrorist attacks against African-American community in Buffalo, New York, condemning the domestic terrorist attacks against the Asian American community in Laguna Hills, California, and condemning the terrorist attacks against the Jewish community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I'm good with all that, and I support that, and I applaud my fellow commissioner for putting that on here. The concern I have about this statement is where it doesn't say the rest of where the twist on this is. And it says, urging the President of the United States Congress of Florida and the Governor of the Legislature of the state of Florida to ban assault rifles and weapons. And I am not going to sit here and take anybody's amendment away to bear arms. If this is one resolution for the first part, I will gladly support it. But when you read this resolution, it's telling you one great thing that we should all support, and it's turning around and making us send a letter to the governor, which we, by the way, at least I, as the mayor of the city, was warned about sending stuff like this to the governor's office, because at the end of the day, we need the governor's help. We need appropriations in Tallahassee to go our way. And that's what we have our state legislature and our senators and our representatives for here in the state of Florida. Now, we continue to get into very diverse politics. This is a nonpartisan city. We are nonpartisan as we sit up here for the people, for the people. And this commission continues to take sides going in directions that are inappropriate. And I just don't think it's right for this type of language that is in here, okay, to ban assault weapons. And so that's my concern and why I would not vote for that and take anybody's amendment away to bear arms. And that was my concerns and questions on the agenda. On consent items, stacked over 22 of them. Who here has time to read through all of that? And that's why things are hidden in language, folks, and we need to read, and we need to take a moment and stop and breathe and talk things out. I wish we could go into dialogue, but no one let me do it and bring this up, and this is where we're at.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to be recognized, and thank you for recognizing me. You know, I thought that we did reach some sort of a compromise by allowing you to have comment and back and forth with the manager to resolve this issue, to resolve some of your concerns, and I think that he's managed to do that. What I will say is all of you know, it's not only, you know, one party versus the next that might support bans on particular types of weapons. So I think that I don't know if that's necessarily a partisan thing. It's more of an ideology thing. But I think we approved the consent agenda as a whole. So
motion.
That's fine. I put what I had to say on the record. That's it.
Right. So
if I don't do it now, I'll do it.
But I think we got a lot of clarification from some of your questions. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to call the question on the consent agenda.
Yep.
Second.
Okay. All in favor for the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? I'm a nay. Okay. There you go.
And may I be recognized for a point of order?
Go ahead.
Alrighty. I think this was supposed to be mentioned in the beginning because I believe we had a conversation with the attorney's office and the city clerk's office. I'm not entirely sure about moving item, one moment here. Item 11.2 before quasi-judicial. We have some employees that are here.
The pension, yeah.
And
second that.
You know, we wanted to make that happen so that they can, you know, be dismissed.
Okay, so we've already finished with our.
We finished with consent. Yeah, I just wanted to move ordinance number 22-07.
Second.
Up to the next item.
All right, so is everybody in favor of moving this or not? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. Okay, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, let me tell you, you know, being collegiate is one of the greatest things in this world. And when I asked to move some items up just because I had questions, all of you were vindictive and said no. And you know what? I take it very offensively because easily here, right off the cuff, you want something and you have, you know.
No, Mr. Mayor, actually, that wasn't the case.
That's great. It's
we
great
let you
that the
speak.
public sees all of this.
Remember, we let you speak for just the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying you're not being accurate.
Thank you for giving me the.
And it's not about me. I just wanted.
Mr. Mayor, you want me to read the
title? For the employees, not for me.
Please, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you for the permission to speak.
Thank you.
Yes.
Item 11.2 is an ordinance of the City of North Miami Beach amending the retirement plan for general employees of the City of North Miami Beach by amending Section 6.01, normal retirement, amending Section 6.13, cost of living adjustment, amending Section 6.14, deferred retirement option plan, providing for repeal of all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict with, providing for severability, providing for effective date. Just want to note that this item was spearheaded by Vice Mayor Flourmont. There's an additional handout basically to explain the purpose of this ordinance. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Flannery could speak on it, and Mr. Manager could talk about the fiscal impact also.
Commissioner Fleurimont, since this is your item, I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be quick.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. My bad.
Yeah. Well, hey.
I'm racking up a.
Yeah, you're at $100 now. That's a joke, by the way. Since it's on the record, it's a joke. Yeah. So this item has been pending for a couple of years now. Years ago, in all honesty, throughout the pension reform, there were some, I think, people who acted on their ideology, and I respect that. But while a lot of moves were being made years ago, it gutted a lot of the benefits for our employees, and so it's basically time to get things back where they used to be. And I'm not going to go too much into detail about this. Because the staff will, but it allows our employees, I believe, about 47 employees to be made whole as it relates to their pensions. And it's one step closer to a lot of the promises that were made as it relates to making our employees whole here in the city of North Miami Beach. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you want to add anything before I go to public comment and then come back for?
I believe the pension, someone from the pension is here to do a presentation. Is he here?
In fact, Ronaldo, the pension liaison, I believe he had, I didn't see him. He's here? Oh,
he's here.
Come on. You got to raise your hand. This classroom.
Should I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you, Ronaldo. Go ahead.
Ask the mayor permission first.
Mr. Mayor?
Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Should I say good night, commissioners. As was stated, my name is Ronaldo Gale, and I am one of the plan administrators here for the City of North Miami Beach General Employees Pension Fund. The ordinance being presented to you aims to address pension benefits for the remaining 46 as of today, dedicated city employees. For historical context, note that the city made changes to the pension fund back in 2013, resulting in a two-tier benefits program. The major changes were as follows: the benefits multiplier, which equates to the accrual rate, the normal retirement eligibility, cost of living adjustments, and the maximum drop participation period. The changes being addressed, as you can see, are the pension benefits that were promised to these employees that were hired and vested prior to October 2013. At the time of the change, there were approximately 150 to 200 active, and the keyword vested members that were effective. Now we are down to 46, because since this report was generated, it was 48, but 2 employees have retired since then. So we are now at 46. To go in a little bit further, as I stated, the 4 major things that were being changed are the benefit multiplier, the normal retirement eligibility, and the cost of living, as well as the drop participation period. Benefits for the employees before the changes were made in October 2013, where they had a 3% final average payroll per year. They had 3% multiplier. The normal retirement age was either A, age 62, B, age 55 with 20 years of service. That has changed, which, as I stated earlier, to a 2-tier benefits plan. So benefits earned after 2013 were now calculated at a 2.5% rate as opposed to a 3%. And now the retirement age is now age 62 with 10 years of service, or age 60 with 25 years of service. The cost of living, which is the third item, used to be 2.25% annually, commencing October 1st after retirement. Now it's 0.75% 3 years after retirement. The drop used to be 5 years, now it's 3 years. So as you can see, those are the main differences in numbers of what has changed between the 2 plans. Who's impacted by these changes? only, and I repeat, only the current actively employed members who were vested at the time of the change. Like I said, it's now 46 out of the 128 members that were impacted. Current inactive members, which includes retirees, drop members, beneficiaries, etc., are not impacted, and this will not touch their benefits whatsoever. So pretty much that's pretty much the 4 items that the ordinance seeks to address. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here to see as best as possible how I can address them. I think we also have access to our pension attorney, which we could probably try to call since we don't have Zoom or any other fancy technology available.
Okay, why don't you hang tight? We may have some questions. Let's hear from public comment.
Okay.
And hear what they have to say, and maybe that rings something in our heads, and then we're going to come right back to you with some questions.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk, can we open the floor for public comment?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. The floor again is open to public comment. Please keep your comments germane only to this topic. You have 3-minute time limit for each speaker. When you are called to the podium, please state your name and address. We'll start with Eloise Cox-Harton and then Ernest Medina.
Hi, I'm Eloise Cox-Horton, an employee and also a trustee of the pension. And I'm here tonight because when I heard it was on the agenda, I could not just stand back and not say something, because as Commissioner McKenzie said, it's been talked about for so long, and I just want to emphasize how important the benefits of what this pension is to your employees. You know, it helps them to build a better financial future for themselves, and it's a positive. And we actually are helping them to weather future financial storms, such as the one we are currently facing as cost of living is squeezed right now. Workplace pensions have given millions a leg to stand on. And this, what you're doing now, you wouldn't understand, or you probably do, but it's of such importance to employees who have given 20, 25, 35 years of service. Some, unfortunately, were not able to wait, either because of sickness or that they've done so many years, their bodies are gone. So I just want to say tonight that I am thankful for those who have had any input in getting this on the agenda, and the fact that I am a trustee for the employees. On behalf of the employees that will benefit from this, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all that will vote in the positive tonight. I am really appreciative, and so are the other employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Janice Coakley.
Good evening again. Janice Coakley, the president for the general employees. I would like to say thank you to Vice Mayor McKenzie for getting this item here. It was a shame what was done years ago. Some of you all was not sitting here, and some are sitting here that voted for this. Employees can't come to work for the city or any city because of the benefits that they offer. When it was changed for the cost of living to be 0.75 for someone to receive when they retire, that is a shame. because the economy wasn't bad then and the economy is worse, and 0.75 was a shame. The pension was sound, the pension was profiting, there was not a deficit in this pension when the changes was made, and I'm so glad that it was brought back. All the employees would not benefit from this. I was trying to get some employees to hold out, but they couldn't because they're getting older. People come to work for city governments because of the benefits that they could receive. The salary might not be that great, but at least they know that they have an additional pension to help them subsidize. So I do hope that this passed in the first reading. I do thank all of you commissioners, but as I stated, when this was proposed upon the union with no choice, and the employees that would benefit for this, the union support. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mr. Kazan and then Lorenzo Hall.
Mr. Kazan. Mr. Kazan here?
No, he seemed to have left.
I don't know. I'm getting a text that he was removed by the police. What did Mr. Kazan do? Mr. Manager, do you know anything about that?
Mr. Kazan, I know the police told him that he can come back in, but he did leave, came up and said something on the stage and walked out of the building. And they went outside and gave it back to him and told him, you know, you shouldn't do that in this day and time, put anything down and walk out. So he was told he could come in, but I guess he left.
They're putting something down on the stage?
I saw it. He did put something on the stage.
All right, so I guess Mr. Kazan is not here. He's been thrown out of the building. What a way to treat residents. We could at least ask questions and look. Madam Clerk, go ahead. Who's the next speaker?
Mr. Hall.
Mr. Hall.
Hello, my name is Lorenzo Hall. I'm also an employee here. I actually started when I was in the 12th grade. So bringing this back, I sort of fall between the two. Like, I've been here over 34 years, but I do not have the age. And I was not planning on being here until 62. And I think by bringing this back, I think it sort of helped people to retire early so you can bring on, you know, younger people, you know. So I'm in favor of this, and I just, once again, like to thank Commissioner McKenzie for bringing it back, bringing it up, and I would like all of y'all support as far as on this item. I think it'll be beneficial, especially to the people that have served here for so long. So once again, thank you for even considering it.
Next speaker.
Mayor, we do not have any other speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Public comment is closed for this item at this time. Is there any other questions we have for Mr. Gill or the manager on this particular item?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
First reading?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph, you recognize?
Yes. Where did he go? Oh, sorry. Just to be clear, and I know this impacts our civil. Let me start by saying I commend Commissioner Florimon for bringing this up. This has been a long time coming. Vice Mayor Florimon. Apologies. And I want to put this on the record. This affects allows the officers, police officers that were vested back in 2013 to benefit from this as well, right?
No, sir. This is just for the general employees. This has nothing to do with the police officers.
Okay.
I thought IUPA?
IUPA members are just a handful of dispatchers that are also in the general employees plan, but they're not police officers.
But if that's not the case, because I know there's about 5 officers that we currently have.
I think it's more like 15 officers.
15 officers. And if that's not included, I'd like to have a discussion later on this issue. Not now, but I just want to make that clear because I saw the IUPA part of it in there. And that's why I wanted to make that clarification. So it just affects the civil, the dispatchers, those particular employees.
That's correct. Yes.
But I also know that there's about 15 officers that on the police side that might have an issue similar to this. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That it's not 15. There are probably 15 UPA members now, but they're not affected. They're not affected by this because they weren't vested at the time this happened. So I could tell you exactly how much it is right now.
And I'm just saving that for an issue later on. But I just wanted to make that clear because I saw IUPA on there, and I just wanted to get clarification. That's all.
It's just 5.
Just 5. So there's just 5 officers, right?
Just 5. Yeah.
Just 5 officers. That I'll follow up with the city manager and the city attorney to bring something similar for those police officers, see what can be done. But I do applaud this legislation as it is now, and it's been a long time coming. I just wanted to add those 2 points. I'll follow up with the city manager, city attorney on that moving forward. Thank you.
And I also want to add, I have to thank the city manager because this has been pending, not directly from our office, but from the pension board for a number of years. And this city manager is the first one to actually give an ear in a few meetings to see what exactly is going on, how it's going to impact the city, and to go forward with it. So, Mr. Manager, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Commissioner Joseph. This is first reading. I had questions along those lines because I was aware of officers that weren't included in this. I would like to see in the second reading those officers included, so that I can vote for this and support it, because I want to support it. But it's got to be all inclusive for everybody across the board.
Since, like I said, it was an issue that I'll be working on with the city attorney and the city manager.
I'm going to try my best as well.
No, I understand that.
No, I wasn't directing the question towards you. I was directing it towards the manager. When we come back for second reading, I would hope, Mr. Manager, that you can put something together where this is even and equality is for all, and the police are included, because I'd like to give you my support and my vote as well. And I echo sentiments of Commissioner Joseph.
Well, like I said, I will follow up with the city manager and the city attorney and come back with legislation. I don't want to bifurcate what Commissioner Florimon has already worked diligently on.
How do you know what he's worked on?
Because he's expressed that, and we see it before us.
Okay. Listen, I'm just directing to the manager.
No, I understand that, but like I said, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. I'm just putting it on the record, okay?
Oh, my.
Thank you.
I'm
Move
working on it, too, because I care about my employees just as well as much as you do, and Commissioner Vice Mayor Florimon and everybody else. So I myself will be pushing to make sure our officers get that same treatment or better, who leave every day and don't know if they're going to come home at night to their families. And I want to make sure that they're included. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Vice Mayor?
All right. Well, I don't know if there were any other questions. So before that, I wanted to close out.
Go ahead.
So before that, I didn't know if there were any other questions.
No, well, Commissioner, to your point, Commissioner Florimon, like I said, this is something that's been a long time coming. I commend you. You've been on this since, I guess for a very long time. I don't want to misspeak, but you've been on this for a very long time. I know the unions have been pushing for this, but you took the lead on this, and I commend you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Vice Mayor Florimon. Sorry.
No doubt. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to also, as Commissioner Joseph said, in the future for the police department as well.
There was, Mr. Mayor, may I just add something to that, to those statements?
That's going to be we'll close it.
Okay, no worries. Very good. So you want me to close that now?
Finish it up with you.
I don't know if Commissioner Jean had anything. No? Okay. All right. Well, we can just close out. So prior to me closing out, there was an item a couple of months ago when it was placed as discussion relating to police command staff. So that I know is in the works for the command staff. What Commissioner Joseph brought up, I believe the manager also had made some mention about making some police officers whole. So I don't know if that's a separate item, but I know that you guys are going to do some follow-up conversations. Yes. But I do know the command staff part, which may be separate from this, was a discussion item that's being worked on. You had a 60-day on that. I'm not gonna put the pressure on you for today.
Yes.
But I do know you did have a 60-day for that. I'm expecting it the next meeting. But right now we're dealing with these employees.
Yes.
And I want to make sure that we can move forward on this. And one thing I wanted to make mention of is that, you know, as employees retire and as time goes by, the number will decrease as to how much it will cost the city over time. So I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone had that question. And I want to call the question on this.
Okay, so hold on. Thank you, Commissioner, for your interjection. Again, I want to say I want to support this. I'm going to vote yes for it. I want to give the manager the benefit of the doubt. But when we come back, I want to see our officers getting the same as any other employee. That's and I'm letting everybody know, and I hope everybody out there make sure that you patronize each and every one of us up here, because our officers deserve that, if not more. Okay.
I'd like to call the question.
Go ahead.
I like the second. I like the second.
Call the question.
I like the second.
We have a second. Commissioner Florimon.
If I just can, I just want to putt, because I know we didn't go through the rest of the presentation, but I just want to put on record the financial impact is approximately $230,000 a year. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay.
All right. Going down as people retire.
Yes.
Correct.
It reduces, well, as people not retire.
For 30 years.
I'm sorry, but you understand what I'm trying to say. The price tag goes down over time.
Over time, yes.
All right.
The message has been clear. We have a first by Vice Mayor Florimon. I second it. This is a roll call vote.
Just to be clear, we had a first from Vice Mayor Florimon, and I have a second here. I heard Joe, Commissioner.
No, the mayor can take it. No, the mayor can take it. No, he wants to go give it to him.
No, I just want to be sure for the minutes.
Yeah, I have the second. He has the first.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, noted. Commissioner Joseph.
Great teamwork, Commissioner Joseph.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler.
Yes.
Commissioner Villard.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon.
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo.
Absolutely.
It passes 6-0.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. We're one step closer. We still have second reading, so let's make sure we show up again for second reading, guys. Congratulations thus far.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, my fellow colleagues. That's a very big step that we took today for our employees who are well-deserving. Next is our quasi-judicial legislation. We have item 10.1, Resolution 2022-44. I'll pass it to the clerk so she can go ahead and get everybody's Jenny's disclosure, and I will recuse myself as I did the last time on this item as
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, if you can state the nature of your conflict so we have it consistent with what the county and state law require.
Yes, it says what county and state law require. I'm recusing myself because I was a realtor in the business negotiations for the seller. And I'll pass the gavel over to Vice Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's proceed.
Okay. Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communications, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. So far, I have Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Smuggler, as well as Commissioner Villard for this item. So, Commissioner Joseph.
Yes, I've had discussions on this issue with Mr. Greenwald's lobbyist consultant, Mr. Burkow, and attorneys associated with this particular item, as well as their consultants, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Florimon.
Yes, I've had conversations with the developer, Mr. Greenwald, as well as the attorneys representing him. In addition to that, earlier on, I did have a conversation with Mitch Edelstein in reference to this item, and the city manager's office, as well as the city attorney's office on this item.
And are you able to make a decision on the item before you based only upon the substantial competence evidence presented before you today?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we can go ahead and proceed.
All right, Mr. Manager, if I may, just...
Vice
I'm
Mayor?
sorry, you want to present the item?
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Item 10.1 is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of City of North Miami Beach approving the site plan and 4 related variants from the Zoning and Land Development Code for construction of a 1,219,643 square foot mixed-use development consisting of 2 28-story towers with 11,540 square feet of retail space, 6,810 square feet of office, 700 residential unit, 957 parking space on a 1.86 acre parcel located at 1959 and 1999 Northeast 164th Street. Provide for conflicts, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And I'm going to direct the question prior to our continuing on this item to both the City Attorney's Office and the City Manager, and as well the City Clerk as far as procedure is concerned. This item has come up several times, and there's been presentations on this item several times. I was wondering if we can just get a brief statement or presentation from Mr. Kent Walia, and then if we have any questions, to bring it back up to the commission, as well as any public comment on the item.
Very brief.
We can move forward.
Yeah, definitely Mr. Walia has been instructed to give a 2-minute overview of the presentation that we've seen several times, and then we can open up for public comment. Nothing has changed, nothing substantial has changed with this application, so I think we're ready to move forward, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Before we proceed, I should swear whoever's going to plan on making testimony on this item.
Of course.
May I?
Proceed.
Thank you. If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand in order to be sworn in. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your response is?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Before making your statements, please just attest that you've been sworn in. Thank you.
Mr. Walia?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission and everyone in attendance. Kent Walia, Community Development Department. As you may recall, this project has come before the City Commission before. It's being continued to this meeting. It was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Department and TRAD. Just to provide a brief recap of the project, it's a 2-tower building consisting of 700 dwelling units, 11,540 square feet of retail, 6,810 square feet of office space, 957 parking spaces with 4 non-use variances as described in the introduction. They are requesting an alleyway abandonment. That's a condition that will come forth in the future, as well as they have, the applicant is here today. He has some proffered conditions as well. At the last meeting, we discussed some cross-access easements. We discussed traffic conditions. The applicant's traffic consultant is available today if you guys have any questions as well. They've already provided off-street parking conditions and off-street traffic improvements as well. It's been reviewed by the city's independent traffic consultant as well as the city's independent architectural reviewer as well. If you have any questions, I'll be available. Mr. Amster is here. There are some proffered conditions. As the manager mentioned, there's nothing that changed with the site plan. They're just some additional public benefits conditions that the applicant is proffering. So we'll go to that slide and the applicant would present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Matt Amster, the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing NMB Place Owner, LLC, which is the owner and applicant. I have Scott Greenwald from ownership. Our team is here, as well as my partner, Jeff Burkow. So if we need them, we can bring them up. I just want to highlight a few changes since last time. So
you've been sworn in, yes?
I have been sworn in, yes. I know Kent's going towards one of our modified conditions. Importantly, we applied as a contract purchaser, but the properties have now been conveyed. The purchase is now closed as of May 13th. So NMB Place owner is the owner, represented here by Scott Greenwald, and we request that that be updated in the resolution for approval. We did pass on an updated application to the city, signed by the new owner with the warranty deeds and other documents to have for your file. Separately, we were asked to reach out to Fulford United Methodist Church, right to the south of us. We did so, had a very good meeting explaining the entire project, answering all their questions. I know that Pastor Ginger Medley was here earlier, did the invocation, and was hoping to stay and speak at public comment, but due to a prior commitment, could not speak to memorialize, again, that meeting that we've had. But she did pass on a letter that I believe was conveyed to all of you, again, memorializing that meeting, and that we have established a good relationship. We will keep ties with the church throughout both construction and ongoing operation. And then this slide here, as a just overview, there are many economic benefits from the project. We're creating over 1,400 jobs during construction on-site and almost 1,000 off-site to support the construction of these two towers. In addition, there's over $1 million of building permit and impact fees, as Kent mentioned, and as are memorialized in conditions already. There's a $500,000 payment to public funds and public, benefits for the alley vacation. Kent, can you move to the next slide? There's also $1 million that will go annually to the schools. Here's our new condition. So in addition to the $500,000 for the alley vacation, we're proffering $200,000 for community initiatives. This could include, but it's not limited to, affordable housing and educational needs. It's basically broken up into two payments, both of which are completed by the time of issuance of building permit. This is in accordance with a prior project's similar donation. And so we just wish that to be made part of the record. I know I've vetted that with the city attorney and staff. So, and then one more thing, we have at the southwest corner is a designated open space that we've provided. You may recall that we were explaining last time that there's a sculpture and other public art in that area. And in meeting with Commissioner Jean, had a wonderful idea to help bring in the nature of the city and being collaborative, especially because it's that southwest corner is the main thoroughfare leading right here to City Hall and the theater at 19th Avenue and 164th Street. And the idea was one of the sculptures to prominently say something like, "I love NMB." We can certainly work with the city, and that can be a condition if you all wish to make help with that branding and help this project to basically be, a catalyst for the area to revitalize. The additional funds will assist the city's effort and us to work together to help revitalize the whole area. So with all of that, we'd respectfully request your approval, and the entire team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? Madam Clerk?
I do not have anyone signed for this item. However, if you're here and you would like to make a comment, please step to the podium.
All right.
Vice Mayor?
Since the chair can't make the motion, but I'd like the motion to approve.
Second.
Sure. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Joseph.
Can we officially close the public comment?
For sure. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, public comment is open. Public comment is closed, and we're gonna need a motion.
Motion
for approval. Second. Okay, and the discussion comes up to the commission. Commissioner Jean, do you have any questions or discussion?
No, come back to me, please.
No problem. Commissioner Joseph?
Nope.
Commissioner Villard?
No, I think we had the gentleman to come here so many times. So tonight we are ready. Thank you for your patience. Tonight we are ready to make a decision. I don't have any question. Thank you.
I see a smile on Mr. Burkow's face. Commissioner Smuckler.
No.
Wow. Okay. Commissioner Jean, we're back to you again.
Just wanted to thank the vendor, the applicant for their diligence in going back and forth, and also taking note to the additional desires of the commission. And also, as mentioned in our meeting, that this project could potentially serve as a downtown area leading to our city hall. So I wish you the best tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Jean. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on the statement that was made about the public art. That's separate and apart from the $200,000, correct? That's something that you're doing separate and apart, that you're asking us to, that Commissioner Jean gave some commentary on how it should look, et cetera, right? So we're not using that money for art.
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. Mr. Attorney, do you want to add anything?
No, I think Mr. Amster covered all the benefits, the $200,000 in the time frame, and $500,000 for vacating the alley, which I will start that process at the July meeting or August, depends on what the commission do in terms of the recess. So he agreed to everything that the commission wanted, and also had the letter from the church.
Thank you so much. I think I've stated most of what my sentiments are about this particular, the deal separate and apart from the project. I know that there's a seller and there's a buyer. And I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Greenwald and talk to him. And we had a great meeting. And I'm looking forward to his contributions to our community. I still hold firm on the fact that the sale that preceded this, that our mayor being the realtor for the sale, to me, it's not I don't like it. I don't think it's above board on a $14 million sale of a property for the city mayor to be middlemaning that, to me, is unacceptable. So the deal's closed. I'm sure the right of rescission is done on that, and so the check is good. That has nothing to do with you, sir, but I do want to make sure that I put that on the record, because if we're going to sit here and talk about ethics and talk about, how we do business in the city, let's just put it on the record that this is not the first time, neither the second time, that the mayor of our city is middlemaning deals that are set to come before the commission. And you can walk away at the end and claim that it's above board, but I think it stinks. So aside from that, Mr. Greenwald, you purchased the property. That has nothing to do with you. I love what you're bringing to the city. I really appreciated the time that we shared talking about the future of this city, and I look forward to supporting your project and looking forward to seeing it actually come to fruition. So I need a motion. I had a motion in a second.
Well, yeah, I just want to call the vote, but before we do that, I just want to say I'm looking forward to this project getting developed.
Yes.
And that's what you stated on the record, that you will develop it. And I'm looking forward to seeing you do, stick to your word. So I'd like to call the vote.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Villard?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Congratulations, and I got to say yes. Yes. Congratulations, and I know you guys have worked hard. Matt and Mr. Burkow, you guys can go ahead and drink some Riesling when you get home, and have a good night. You too, Mitch.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. Mr. Greenwald, thank you so much. All right, we're moving on to the next item. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to come back and grab the gavel. All right. I'm keeping it real, Mr. Mayor. I'm keeping it real.
All right. Our next item on our quasi-judicial is item 10.2, Resolution 2022-69. Mr. Attorney?
Yes. This is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission, City of North Miami Beach, amending a minor site plan approval with a conditional use under resolution number 2019-111 to create a minor site plan revision to change the exterior elevation of the building at 3495 North Miami Beach Boulevard, North Miami Beach, Florida, providing for findings of fact, providing for conflicts, providing for effective date. Madam Clerk, don't you have to do an ex parte disclosure on this?
I'm going to proceed.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk, please proceed. And if you can, I need a paper so I can fill out for this particular item of who I spoke to. I didn't speak to anybody, but just want to go ahead and put nobody.
Right, so let's keep it moving until you fill it out.
Okay.
Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication, together with identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. So we have disclosure forms, Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Villard, Commissioner Smuggler. We'll begin with Commissioner Joseph.
Yes, I've had discussions with the attorneys for this project, as well as our city staff, city attorney, and the planning and zone in general. So, but I can't make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Floymon.
On this item, I have spoken to the city manager on this item, and I believe I have spoken to Mr. Walia and the attorney's office during agenda review, and I can make my decision based on the information that, and also the attorneys representing the client as well. I can make my decision based on the information that I received tonight.
Mr. Mayor, for the sake of time,
Listening.
can you please give your disclosures?
Yes, I have not spoken to anybody on this item, and I can make a decision based on the evidence provided to me this evening, and I look forward to seeing the presentation.
So we'll proceed with swearing individuals in.
So let's proceed, Madam Clerk, if you could swear in and everybody do their, anybody speaking to provide testimony regarding this item.
Okay. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God in your responses? I do. All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor and everyone in attendance. Kent Walia, Community Development Department. What is before you is a minor site plan modification. In 2019, a conditional use came before and was approved for a medical marijuana dispensary, and at the time there were no exterior changes. Now the applicant has a new tenant and they're looking to modify the exterior to improve the aesthetics. The applicant is here to provide a brief presentation. I'll be available if you have any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Walia.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ian Bachakov with Ackerman Law Office at 98 Southeast 7th Street, Miami, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant, Green Ops Group Florida, LLC. As Mr. Walia mentioned, we were here a while ago and obtained approval for a conditional use approval for a medical marijuana dispensary use. The site is located at 3495 North Miami Beach Boulevard in a strip mall plaza that has a Dunkin' Donuts and a few other retail tenants. And we're here today specifically just with regard to request a site plan modification, and really the only modification is to the facade of our unit within the premises. As you see on the slide there, highlighted in pink is the facade that we're seeking to modify. Next slide. And again, this is an elevation of the entire strip mall storefront, and we're only looking at the far right unit on the corner that's along the eastern facade of the property. And then on this slide here, you'll see on the far left is the existing facade as it is there today. It was previously a Century 21 Realtor's office. In the center picture is what the approved facade looks like. Essentially not much changing other than where the signage was going to go above the front and removal of the awning. And on the far right is what we're proposing for it to be modified into. That is the extent of our request here today. It is really just to be able to modify the design of the facade. And the reasoning is when we came here previously, our client, the applicant, had a business model that they were preparing throughout the state, and over time that changed. They had to do a rebranding, brought in a partner, and so the rebranding is what all of their dispensaries look like around the state that they're building, and so we're simply seeking to modify the design of the storefront. For the to save some time, I'm not even going to go any further because the rest of the slides are just details about the materials being used, which are in our application packet. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but I know it's getting late, so I will go ahead and finish the presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. We're going to go ahead now and we can open the floor for public comment. Is anybody wishing to speak on this item? Please step forward. Okay, seeing that there's nobody in public comment is closed at this time, and we'll go ahead and bring conversations amongst us, the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners. Do we have any questions for the applicant or his counsel that's here, or for staff? Okay, I think we're good. I don't see any hands up.
No, I just want to say we had a different project there before, right? It was named something else.
The branding that was proposed when we were there previously, it was going to be called by the fictitious name called The Source.
Right.
And the new branding is under the name Jungle Boys, which has been approved by the Department of Health already.
Okay. All right. Very good. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you guys. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions, comments, Commissioner?
No, I know he's a high tide, so I know.
Yes, he is a high tide.
Yeah, I know he's a high tide. That's why I could see you being very jovial. High tides, getting jovial. I just want to add that point, but I support the item.
They're good guys.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Villard?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florian?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
I'm a high tide also, but yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on your project.
Thank you guys
very much.
Take care. Be safe. Mr. Mayor, may I, for a point of order?
Yes, Madam Clerk, if you can, I have these documents for you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to add, I didn't get a chance to say it. It evaded me. But I did speak to, on the NMB Place item, I did speak to Attorney Joe Geller on that item as well. So I wanted that to be added on the record.
Thank you for the point of clarification.
I did as well, just to make that clear too, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, Assistant Clerk, if you can so note those documents for my fellow Vice Mayor and my Commissioner, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to update their list before we go on? Commissioner Villar is looking pretty in pink today.
Yes, I want to, I spoke, I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right, very well. Moving on to item 10.3, resolution number 2022-89. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.3 is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach approving the site plan for a 14,700 square feet, 4-story office building with 10,125 square foot, within a 10,125 square foot lot in the mixed-use International Boulevard District located at 11 Northwest 168th Street, providing for a conflict, providing for effective date. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. We'll go ahead and do our Jennings disclosure at this time, Madam Clerk.
The subject matter of any ex-parte communication together with the identity, person, or entity making this communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. We have Jennings disclosure forms already submitted from Commissioner Villard, Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Smuggler, and Mayor Anthony DiFilippo. So we'll begin with Commissioner Joseph.
I've spoken with city staff as well as planning and zoning and the city attorney on this issue, and I am, I can make my decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Floymon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've spoken to the city manager's office and his staff, as well as city attorney's office and Mr. Gustavo Bolado in reference to this item. Good to see you again, sir. And I'm ready to support it. And oh yeah, I can make my decision based on the information I received tonight.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Okay. I gave you my paper.
No, I wanted to, if I can move on to the
Oh, okay. I thought you were calling on me. All right. City Clerk, if you can now go ahead and swear in for testimony our speakers.
Okay. If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God in your responses?
Yes, I do.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Walia, Mr.
We'll have Mr. Walia will do a very brief presentation. I just want to, on the record, thank Mr. Gustavo for his patience with the city. This has been a long time coming. And just thank you for being respectful and working with us. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Manager, for you and your department working hard on all these projects. Kent, Mr. Walia.
Good evening again, Mayor and Commission and everyone in attendance. Kent Walia, Community Development Department. To add to what was described in the description, this is a 4-story, to make one minor note, 14,300 square foot building. There was a small reduction between Planning and Zoning City Commission, just minor. All the aesthetics remain the same. This is going to be a medical office building down the street from Jackson North. The applicant is here in attendance to provide additional PowerPoint presentation. This item has gone before TRAD and been reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Department. It was also reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board on March 14th as well. I'll be available if you have any questions for me.
Thank you again, Mr. Walia. Madam Clerk, at this time, we're going to call for public comment.
If you would like to speak on this item, please step to the podium. There is a 3-minute time limit.
Applicant presentation.
Yeah. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We're going to close public comment.
Yeah, we're going to close. We're going to hear from the applicant, and then we'll go to public comment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and all the staff. Again, thank you for your help, basically, and Neil too. My name is Gustavo Bolado, 346 Conservation Drive, Weston, Florida. We submit this special project because when our customer called us 3 years ago, was before the new rezoning coming to this area. I think we are going with a special project basically for this important area, Yuleta, a half block for Jackson North. And my client is going with the, in fact, this client started to buy properties in North Miami Beach 15 years ago. He have over, you know, the Monica Posin too. He have over 30 properties here. And now that he's making a change in the same city, trust in the city, by making new developments. This is our new line of products we are trying to build in the city. I hope it's a good receiving for you. And again, thank you for the support.
Thank you, Mr. Applicant. Is there anybody else speaking on your behalf?
We're the architects, so. No, it's okay.
I basically need one to explain more about the building. This is a 4-story building.
I'm Jaime Plana, I'm the architect, and I've been in practice.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
My name is Jaime Plana, I'm the architect. I've been in practice 39 years. And this is a very special little project because it's extremely tropical. I mean, when you see it here, it doesn't really show you. But your hallways going back to the units on every floor are floating, and then you cross over bridges to get back to the actual suite. And you're kind of floating in the middle of the tropics of it, and it's it's a very Florida project. We're very proud of that. So, any questions? No. We're fine. They wanted to bring up the parking, and we have car lifts. We have car lifts to increase the parking 100% by providing a valet parking service and the car lifts. So when the employees come in early in the morning, their vehicles get lifted, and then everybody else can park underneath with the valet. And if anybody wants to leave, the valet has to pull the car out, bring down the lift, and then the second person comes out. So it provides an extra employee for the building, but it also minimizes your footprint for parking and maximizes the use of the building. And it's a building that's needed for medical office, so close to the hospital. So, any questions?
No. Anybody else have any questions right now at the moment?
No, I just had a comment. You can tell someone that's proud in their work when you speak very jovial about it, and the fact that you're saying it's floating. I look forward to seeing it built.
Yeah,
to be quite frank.
When you look at the side in that picture, you can see that the hallways are kind of floating.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean,
then you bridge back to the units, so it's like you're, and then you have the growth of the vegetation.
No, I'm just saying you gotta have good energy on this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Good energy. Thank you.
I think it's a great addition to the area. Mr. Bolado is a friend of the city. Yes. I took note also, when you look at the medical building that's right on the campus of Jackson North versus what I'm seeing here, two completely different things. Because, this building is at least allowing for the person to have a better experience, when they're going to see a doctor or when they're going to see a specialist or for a checkup, they have a better experience. And I think that's, is important. If you look at Prima Health, which is a clinic that just opened up on 163rd Street, they have all white and orchids and very minimalist type of design within their clinic, so that they can give the customer or the patient, a better experience. So I'm glad that you guys are taking all of that into consideration, and I support that 100%.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Commissioner Jean, been quite quiet this evening. We'll love to hear you.
Good evening, and thank you for the presentation. The question that I had was, maybe it's too early in the project to ask, but what kind of tenants are you looking? What kind of services are looking to be entering into this particular project?
Microphone.
I'm sorry. We don't have tenant yet, but with Jaime, we are making another project with another soccer complex in city of Miramar. But we include over there sport medicine in the complex. It's 34 acres. And I'm in negotiation with Sanitas and Florida Blue to come with us to support the sport medicine activity there. And the idea is, I don't know, if they can rent all the building together, better for my client, because we are making 2 more projects for medical office for them, and or maybe different specialists in the building. We don't know yet.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is because we have a great partnership with HANA, which is providing certain services to our community. So I would love to see more partnerships in some of the health initiatives that we have going here. So I'll yield also to our city attorney. He knows my favorite term is how can we create better partnerships and benefits for our community and our residents. So.
Sound perfect. I can contact with the developer. Yeah.
I think one of the directive that this commission has basically requested through the community benefits ordinance that developers work with the manager and myself to agree to community benefits. So that could be a condition, and we can negotiate a community benefits that's acceptable. Okay?
Okay. Commissioner Smuckler?
So the project is beautiful, but I just want to say that not one person, not staff, not anyone has reached out to me about this project. I've just seen this project for the first time today. I didn't even know about it. I'm actually looking over my agenda review notes, and I don't even have a note on that. So no one has reached out to me at all, not staff, not anybody. Just it. That's it.
Right. Anybody else?
Yes, I'm not.
Okay. I think that we have this in a nutshell. Can I have somebody call the question?
Motion to approve.
Second.
With the city authority of the city manager and city attorney.
Time out. I'm sorry. We listened to the applicant. Gosh, thank gosh I remembered. Public comment, please. Let's take a step back. Madam Clerk? Anybody wishing to speak at this time, please stand up. Public comment is open at this time. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. We've finished all of our questions. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Let me rephrase my motion before.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, so the motion is to approve and also allow the city manager and city attorney's office to have conversations about community benefits with the developer as well.
Second.
Okay, so first and seconded. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler? Yes. Commissioner Villard?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Floymont?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay, next we have item 10.4, resolution 2022-45. Mr. Attorney.
Item 10.4, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Mayor City Commission, City of North Miami Beach, approving conditional use site plan and related variances from the Zoning and Land Development Code for construction or development consisting of 3 towers, approximately 12,258 square feet of retail space, 3,866 square feet of restaurant space, 77,856 square feet of office space, 223 hotel units with 526 parking space. Grant 4 non-use variance from the city code, providing for severability, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Madam Clerk, can you call for our Jennings disclosure process?
Sure. The subject matter of any ex-party communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed, made part of the record on file with the city Prior to final action on the matter, I received Jennings disclosure forms from Commissioner Jean, Mayor Anthony DiFilippo, Commissioner Smuckler, Commissioner Villard. Commissioner Joseph,
Commissioner Joseph, are you in the
stepped away
building?
for a moment. So we'll go to, with your permission.
We need
He's
to
coming.
have everybody. Okay, I got a quorum back, so we can continue.
Commissioner Joseph, Jennings disclosure, please.
Yes, I've spoken to the attorney, Mr. Wasserman, as well as the property owner and the developer, and city staff, city attorney, and planning and zoning. To the best of my, and I can answer. I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Floymon.
Yes, I have spoken to Mr. Wasserman. I've spoken to the developer on the project, their team, the manager, his team, and the attorney and his team as well. And I can make my decision based on the information I hear this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know you weren't here before, but can we move along the same lines as the previous item? They were a bit more expedient because we've already heard it before.
Yes.
Well, if that's the way they wish to present, that's up to them. They pay their attorney. Go ahead, presenter, if you can kindly come up, and then we'll hear the presentation. Kent Walia, you could start by
let the clerk please do the swearing in first.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk. If you can please do the swearing in.
If you plan on providing testimony on this item, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God in your responses.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Walia will give us a very brief overview update on the item that we've seen for a while now.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Walia.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Kent Walia, Community Development Department, providing a brief overview of the project. Just to give you a quick, brief heads up, this site is located in the MUIB zoning district. When it originally came in, it was under B2. So the site plan was reviewed under the B2 zoning conditions, taking in consideration the MUIB zoning conditions as well. It includes 223 hotel units, 12,258 square feet of retail office, retail space, 3,866 square feet of restaurant space, 7,856 square feet of office space, 526 garage parking spaces, and hotel and recreational amenities as well. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the project back in October 12th of 2021. They provided 6 conditions of their recommendation. The applicant has addressed them all and has worked closely with staff to address any off-site conditions. The applicant's here to provide a brief presentation. I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walia. Mr. Applicant, please.
Good afternoon, and I have been sworn in. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. I've met with most of you all on this matter, so I'll keep it very brief. Although I wasn't the attorney of record when this project started, we are privileged to have Kobe Karp as our project architect. He is here tonight. In an effort to be brief, we'll reserve a design presentation should you all want it. We also have Chaim Druin, my client over there, who met with all of us as well. And he lives in this community. I think it's important to mention he is a local. He lives just a few blocks from this site. When this project started in 2018, the site was zoned B2, not the mixed-use district that it is today. Staff in the city were appreciative of my client bringing a hotel and office product to 163rd Street. And the application, as the planning director has mentioned, is traveling under the B2 regs, not the current mixed-use district. The reason I mention that is I just want to point something out, which you all are probably aware of. The current zoning allows intense residential development. My client could have flipped this property many times over the years and made a lot of money, but this is his vision for this site over a multi-year period. He believes in having a hotel product here, so residents in this community can have friends and family stay nearby, stay at a hotel near where people live. Also, having an office product in this area is great. It means less commute to work, and this is very important to him. You all have asked about flags for the project. Assuming we have your support tonight, we have discussed the hotel operations with several flag operators. They have all said the same thing: come back to us when you have an approval for a hotel, and we'll commence those discussions. So our team is here. I want to keep my presentation short, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And I'd like to reserve just 1 minute for rebuttal if there's public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Wasserman before anybody else comes up to speak?
Yeah.
Commissioner Jean?
Good evening, and thank you for your brief presentation. I know I didn't get a chance to meet with you or anyone from your team. So the question, I know I heard recreational amenities. Can you kind of expand to the point of what those are?
If it's what I believe you're referring to is the outdoor deck, the pool deck, it's part of the hotel program. So it's an outdoor amenity space for the hotel. The reason it's flagged is it's actually a variance in this case because under the old code, you weren't allowed to have outdoor amenities. Under the current code, it's supported and completely allowed as of right, but that's why we were asking for that variance. We wouldn't need it under the current code, but because we're traveling under the B2, it's required.
Okay. The other question I had was, I know usually a lot of hotels have conference rooms or conference centers. Is there anything in the plans for that?
Yes, I believe it's about 10,000 square feet. There's about 10,000 square feet of amenity programming for, activation within the hotel.
Thank you. And, last we kind of talked about community benefits for the previous. We had an amazing opportunity to create a scholarship fund in honor of Mayor Marin. Did I get his name right? Yes. And so we have a lot of schools in the community, Jewish schools, that we would love to see this particular development yield a couple more benefits for that community. So I'll yield that conversation to our city attorney and manager.
Mr. City Attorney?
As Mr. Attorney, as you know, you have proffer community benefits in the past with certain clients. Obviously, with the scope of this project, I believe the Commission would expect the same type of proffer. We can agree as a condition to negotiate with the city manager and city attorney with respect to community benefits as consistent with the past projects.
I'm happy to make a proffer tonight. I was waiting to see if there was any public comments before I made it, but if it's the appropriate.
Why are you holding back?
My client is happy to make a voluntary proffer for $65,000 towards the project. We had originally intended for that amount to be earmarked for whether it's affordable housing or education funds, but to your point, we're happy to work with staff on the right application of those proceeds to the city. The one caveat I do want to mention, different from previous applications, is we have to earmark that funds towards being paid at the time of construction financing. That will come out of our loan package. We will make that payment to the city.
I had one more question. As it relates to timeline, what's your anticipated timeline for this project, just completion-wise?
Tough one to answer in this climate. I think a couple things have to happen, and you could see the timeline we've been progressing. My client has been with this project since 2018, so we are moving slow. We are aware of that. Flag is important. Finding out who the hotel operator will be, that will probably take several different meetings, several discussions with different operators. The construction financing market is a little bit turbulent right now.
Yeah.
Construction costs are escalating by the minute, so I don't have a good answer for you on the timeline.
Okay. Exciting project. Thank you for bringing it before us.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll just have one comment. As Mr. Wasserman pointed out, this particular developer could have flipped this a bunch of ways, going back several years, and he did it, and it shows that he's really invested. And since he's lives in the community, and before we had our last meeting, there was residents here speaking for this, and given the fact and stating that this would alleviate some of the Airbnb situations that we have near the donut hole. So I'm all for this project and looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Joseph. Anybody else?
I just wanted to add that it's a great project, great team. with yourself and Kobe Karp. Great team that the developer is working with, and I'm glad that he is a resident of our area and knows what we need. So I'm looking forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to just go ahead and congratulate the applicant on a very, very prestigious, very elegant project. I really am looking forward to this coming to fruition. Our community has needed this for quite some time. I want to thank Mr. Druin for putting this together, and his architect, Kobe Karp, for doing a great job on this beautiful, spectacular building and rendering that is presented before us and the council has presented. It just goes to show how deep the footprint is going in North Miami Beach, folks. And I think us as a mayor and commission are doing a great job as stewards, making sure that we continue to attract positive development and investors and show them that we're here to work. And this is a testimony of that. And I'm very happy to see that all of us are on the board. So congratulations, and I need a motion.
Motion.
Oh, hold on. We need Jennings. I just get very excited.
No, Commissioner Villard didn't speak, and we didn't do public.
Oh, because I asked if anybody else wanted to. Commissioner
I
Villard.
didn't hear you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
No, I just wanted to say congratulations for the project, and it's down the street from my house, so I can't wait to have that nice hotel, and so I can just walk when I don't feel like sleeping at home. I can just go right out a room there and stay there. But thank you so much. Congratulations. Hopefully everything will be fine tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Smucker, did you want to?
Yes, just good luck. It's a great project.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing nobody else with their hands up, I will go ahead and open the floor for public comment at this time. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, now is the time to come up. Seeing that nobody has come up, public comment is closed at this time.
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion with the condition.
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman, because the city don't want to be involved in your client business, so we have $65,000 at the time of issuance of a building permit, or if the project is sold or signed to a new developer. So give you plenty of time. Okay?
That works. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Villard?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, let's take up our legislation. We got item 11.1. Mr. Attorney?
Yes. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Michael Joseph. Is an ordinance of the mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, amending Chapter 14 entitled Building and Housing, most specifically creating a new Section 14-9 entitled Payment and Relocation Costs by Owners of Residential Buildings for displaced residents, and providing for payment of relocation costs by the city upon an owner failure to pay, requirement reimbursement to the City of North Miami Beach for any relocation costs paid by the city, providing for placements of liens on owner's property, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repeal and codification, and providing for effective date. I believe Commissioner Smuggler had wanted to know if the county intended to enforce this ordinance at the first reading. I did speak to, I believe, Deputy Mayor, one of the Deputy Mayors of the county. In fact, they support the city taking its own initiative to enforce, in fact, the county mirror Miami Beach ordinance, and they basically don't have the resource to try to enforce all these ordinances countywide. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Let's go ahead and open the floor for public comment. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on this item? Please step forward. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed at this time. We'll bring it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Is there any questions or comments in reference to this legislation? It's second reading. Okay, seeing none, this is, can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded by Commissioner Joseph, seconded by Vice Mayor. This is a roll call.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Villard,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor DiFilippo.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you. Very good legislation. Congratulations, Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you for the support, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, item 11.3, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance City Commission of City of North Miami Beach grant to Pivotal Utility Holdings, which is a gas company now owned by Florida Power and Light, basically establishing a new franchise agreement imposing provision, condition relating to providing for monthly payment of franchise fees to the city, providing for adoption of representation, repealing all other ordinance, providing for effective date. Mr. Mayor, this is the city, like any other city, has a gas franchise ordinance which allow gas company to provide gas to residents of the city. And FP&L bought this, it was to be Florida Gas. They purchased this franchise, and this ordinance basically adopt the franchise fee, which is 6%. And it also gave city management opportunity to talk to FP&L about the electric car charger. I don't know if Mr. Manager want to talk about that. You know, FP&L is committed to installing several electric car chargers in numerous city facilities in the near future.
Did you want to chime in, Mr. Manager, respectfully?
No, not really, but it is in place.
I throw your name out there.
We're moving forward with it, with the charging stations. I know my staff met with FP&L. Matter of fact, I think it was today at 10 o'clock. We could, yeah. Well, I'll let Assistant Manager Brown speak.
Assistant City Manager, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. So we do have 3 locations identified for the FPL charging stations or library, City Hall, and Michigan Park. We're anticipating that permits will be submitted this week and installation should be completed by the end of the fiscal year.
Fantastic. And I think through this, are we going to have some type of security or some type of feature where people aren't parked in these parking lots all night charging cars? Because I think it's a great idea, but do we have any regulations on how we're going to go about, making sure that these charging stations aren't abused off peak hours?
So the contract stipulates certain regulatory requirements, but we will work with our Public Works Department to be able to implement and monitor for compliance.
It's great to have this. I think it's a good idea. I just, I'm scared of what's going to happen when, everybody goes home and these stations are there and nobody's looking at what's going on and so on and so forth.
We'll certainly work with Public Works or Police Department to ensure that we're monitoring and being compliant.
Fantastic. All right. Let's go ahead to public comment. Is public comment open at this time? Seeing that nobody's coming up, public comment is closed. Is there any other conversations or questions amongst us commissioners that we would like to pose to staff on this item? Okay, just making sure. No. Commissioner Villard, are you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
All right. Motion by Vice Mayor Florimon, seconded by Commissioner Joseph. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call.
Commissioner Villard,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon,
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, item 11.4, resolution number 2022-90.
Yes. Item 11.4 is resolution of Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach establishing a proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2022-2023 to calculate the rollback rate.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Attorney. Could you?
Close to the mic?
Thank you.
Yes. I start over, Mayor. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach establishing a proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2022-2023 to calculate rollback rate and the date, time, and place for the first and second public budget hearing as required by law. Directing the city clerk and city manager to transmit this resolution with the property appraiser office in Miami-Dade County pursuant to requirements section 200.065 Florida statute and the rules and regulation of the Department of Revenue up for the state of Florida, providing for implementation, providing for effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Open the floor for public comment at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I can kind of just put something on the record before we do public comment in case somebody's going to come up.
Public comment, we're going to pull back. City manager has a comment, and then we'll move forward from there. City manager?
Yes. So establishing the tentative millage rate, I just want everybody to understand that we're not finalizing the millage rate for the 2022-2023 fiscal year at this time. We're putting together the tentative millage rate, which will go out on everyone's tax notices in August. So whatever rate that we set now will go out on the tax notice, and it will let all the residents, every person who owns a home will get this tax notice saying what our proposed tentative millage rate is.
Which is?
6.2.
Just so the people hearing can...
Yeah, 6.2. So later on down the line, once we get to the budget hearings and we finish the budget work, because we're not done with the budget work at this point. So once we get to the budget hearings in September, that's when the discussions start happening if we want to lower the rate. The important thing to know right now when we set the tentative millage rate is we can't go up once we set the tentative millage rate. Once we set this millage rate to 6.2, we don't go up. We can go down later on in the future, though. So that's important to put on record, because we will have several discussions once we get further along in the development phase of the budget. So I just wanted to put that on record. I don't want people to think this is the final. The final won't happen till the end of September, when we'll decide if we're going to leave as is or if we're going to stay here. But this does give us room to work and see where we end up at until we get to that point. If we get to that point and it's the recommendation to lower the millage rate, then we do that at that point. But we are not here. This does not finalize what the millage rate is. So I just wanted to put that on the record as we move forward, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Let's go ahead and open the floor for public comment. Okay, we have a speaker.
Keith Myers, 1440 Northeast 177th Street. I do have a question about the millage rate. Why are you guys voting on it now if it could change in the future? Does that, maybe I'm not understanding that, but the county has a recommendation, and I'm just wondering how things
Finish your
change.
comment and I'll address it.
Okay, that was it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please, if you can kindly, because I'm sure he's not the only one who has that question.
So by law, we have to, while we have to vote now, we have to vote to let everyone know what our starting point is going to be so they can show up to the budget hearings. When you get your tax notice, it will list the dates of the first budget hearing. So we're just putting on record now our starting point for budget discussions. It will go out to every homeowner. They'll have it, and then we'll come back. But it's by law, we do have to put it, we have to submit it to the property appraiser's office, and they'll send it out. So you'll be aware of what your city is doing, and you'll see what the school board and fire and all the other assessments are at the same time. So everybody has to turn those numbers in by the end of July. We're here in June turning it in because I do know that there's something on the agenda that possibly for recess. So I just wanted to bring it early just in case the recess is approved. I can't be left out because the board has to vote to put the tentative millage rate in place. So that's why we're voting now. It's just to put on record our starting point for budget conversations at the first budget hearing in September, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, okay, so public comment closed. Okay, so I know some of us might have questions. I know I have a question. So I just want to respectfully ask, Mr. Manager, is there any reason why we're starting at more or less where the millage rate is right now? Is there any reason why we're not attempting to deliver on a first reading at lower millage rate?
Technically, this isn't the first reading. The first reading is September. Well, technically, right now we're setting it tentative. You don't want to handcuff yourself. We don't know, once we're finished with all of the things, we have approved something in legislation tonight that's going to be effective. Anything that we do, anything that we spend moving up, the budget office is still working on projections for this year, salary projections for next year. Any other foreseen projects, we're still putting all of that together. You might come back and, say, okay, we're going to drop the millage rate to the 5.7 rollback rate. Well, when we go through and see what all of our stuff are, when we have all the calculations, we might be like, hey, you know what, we should have been 5.8. But now we can't go up, but you can go down. So we'll start at 6.2 once we do everything. If it's the will of the board, hey, we want to lower the millage rate. Where are we standing at right now, Mr. Manager, with the work that you guys have done in the budget process? Hey, right now we're in a position where we have approximately $1 million of surplus money. Okay, what does that mean? Oh, we can lower the millage rate to this if we want to. Might not be the 5.7 rollback rate. Maybe it goes down to 6. But coming right now, saying 5.7, we're locking ourselves in. We're handcuffing ourselves at the 5.7. Then the only thing we can do is go lower from that point, sir.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that question, Mr. Manager, and Marcia, if you're here, help me out with the numbers, but I know that, besides the enormous amount of tax revenue that we've received and what's going to be coming in, I think it's important for us to give back to the residents and the taxpayers of our community. And therefore, that's why I made the comment of wanting to see us come down into the 5s. I'm looking at 5.5 to 5.7. I like to see us come down to on the millage rate. That's a tremendous statement that we're sending to the taxpayers of this city if we can do this for them on top of everything that we've been doing. This is what it's all about, giving back to the taxpayers, the people that are really taking that bottom line and boosting it up and giving something back to them, especially in these much difficult times. Manager, for the benefit of the doubt and showing you that I want to be a team player, I'm going to head and vote for this tonight. But you know what my expectation is. I hope it's the same expectation of every other commissioner up here. And I know you're going to come back with the best and greatest number that you can for all of us. But, I really would like to see us take a step forward and maybe be a little bit more conservative with what we're doing right now, and think about giving that extra money back to the taxpayer. It's going to go a long way at the end of the day. It's my sentiment.
I definitely understand, Mr. Mayor. The one thing, I want to just, put in a little bit of context. As you said, if we drop to 5.5. So with the county, they have a rollback rate, which I think now is 5.7, means we'll get the exact same tax dollar that we got this year. That's the rollback rate. So if we went back to 5.7, we would get the exact dollar amount we got this year. Would that work for us? Well, technically, we have to do budget cuts for it to work for us. Because right now, with the price of gas, our gas is going up. Our cost of services are going up. As you see some of the contracts that were approved tonight going from $48,000 to $90,000. Some of that is, yes, we need to get more inventory, but also some of that is the price changes now. So all of that's in conjunction. So right now, the finance department and every department is looking at all of their contracts in place. Have any prices risen? What's going on with some of the contracts we have in place? What's going to be the cost of gas? What's the cost of all of these services that we currently provide? So as we do that, like if we went to 5.4 right now, I'll tell you, it's going to be held balanced in the budget. Going back to the rollback rate, yeah, it'll be tight, really, really tight budget, but that'll be budget cuts again. So we just want to make sure that we do the due diligence for the residents and for this board, and just so I know that we did the right thing with waiting until it got time for the budget hearings, and we come back when we have our budget settled, and then we look at the numbers. We decide that what we want to cut out, or where we stand, or what we have left over, then we cut, and then we see what that millage rate is after that cut. So we'll be able to calculate that with the dollar amount at that point, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. And look, I know you said it's going to be hell and high. Well, you didn't say high waters, but you said going to be hell. But I'm just going to go say it's not going to be the first time that we've solved the problem that's gone down that alley. And, fellow commissioners and those listening, with the $10 million that we got this year and $10 million that we're getting next year in the
Rescue Plan.
The American Rescue Plan, I definitely know in my heart of hearts, having looked at budgets for over 10 years, that we can find a way to make it to that number and show all of our residents that we're giving back to all of them and not just a select group, everybody across the board. And I think that really shows tremendous leadership and stewardship of each and every one of us sailing this ship. So that's my comment.
I want to say something.
Commissioner Ballard and then Commissioner Smuckler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Manager, I think I just want to echo what the mayor says. Maybe, take a look at it and see how you can probably work maybe 5, 7, 5, 8, or even 6, whatever it is that we can give back. I know you say maybe by September we'll have a better idea, but because of the time that we are in now, every penny counts, and I agree with the mayor that whatever we can do for our residents, they will truly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
No problem.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to just mention that one of the dates of the budget meeting falls on Rosh Hashanah, and I myself was not going to come. But then I started thinking, well, where did I hear about those dates? And I saw it online. Someone put it up. So I then decided to go to the city's website, but it's not on the city's calendar for either September 13th or September 27th. So I don't even know how somebody else got that information. But regardless, whether it's true or not, September 27th is Rosh Hashanah. So then I just decided to keep on looking at the city's calendar. And on this past Saturday, the food distribution and the Juneteenth event are not even advertised on the city's calendar. So do you think we can start advertising the events, please? Because a lot of people do look at the city calendar. So if indeed it does fall on September 13th and the 27th, because I don't know, because it's not on the city's calendar, I'm just letting you know that Rosh Hashanah ends at sundown, an hour after sundown on September 27th. So I myself won't be there, and I think it's disrespectful to hold a meeting that night. Not to me, but to the residents of North Miami Beach. And I'm also going to vote for this tonight, but I certainly hope and pray that we can definitely lower it, because I do want to lower it.
Can you propose that we look into changing the date of the meeting?
We'll definitely change the date, sir. Yeah, that's not a doubt. If it does
that's
fall on the
assuming
holiday.
it's even true, because it's not even on the city's
We have
website,
certain
so.
people here that observe that.
Oh no, I definitely understand. It shouldn't have happened. I don't think we officially put a date out though.
No, we have not. Those are not the dates, Commissioner. And that's one of the things that we looked at when we're scheduling meetings is Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, the school board, and the county. So we usually
I'm
don't
just
have
saying
conflicts.
that someone put it out there that it was those two dates, so I don't even know how that person got that information.
We've never done that ever, right?
We've never done
We've
that.
never done that.
Nobody does that.
Okay.
Nobody does that.
Thank you for.
I'm glad we're clarifying it.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph and then Vice Mayor. I think you had your hand.
No. I just want to add my thoughts on it. It's always good to start at a point where you do have wiggle room as opposed to locking us in. Gas prices have gone up. A lot of things have gone up, but we also have to understand that there has to be a holistic approach in how we help residents. a discount on property doesn't affect everybody. It won't affect everybody. It would affect property owners. I understand that, and they are a big part of this community. But there are some residents that rent that their landlords are not going to pass those savings over to them. No, that's not going to happen. I mean, we saw what happened with art money, that landlords got discounts but never transferred over to the renters at all. And they live here, they pay taxes in a way of sales tax and what have you. So we just have to keep that in mind. We have to have a very holistic approach on this. But I'm pretty sure the manager is going to do whatever he can and to come back with this where we can do the most for the most people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, let me tell Commissioner Smuckler, it's published with our agenda. The date is the 27th that we had published, but we will work on that immediately and get it changed. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Mr.
No problem.
Mayor, may I just
Go
say
ahead.
something to Commissioner Joseph? So, Commissioner Joseph, you're right that
Microphone.
if a landlord gets a decrease, they probably wouldn't pass it on to.
No, I mean the rents are going up.
But when they get an increase, they will pass it on to.
To be clear, right? I know you you've been in this business for quite some time, right? So my whole thought process is to be holistic, right? That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be holistic. Giving benefits directly just to one particular class group, that's akin of some type of
No, you're right, but remember, if the landlord gets an increase, he will pass it on.
I understand that. No, but I want to make clear that it doesn't necessarily. Right. And on a second note, I also want us to compare how all the other cities around us, because we don't live in a bubble. So I just want to, because if they see something else going on and we act totally left because of trying to make a point and we're caught off guard later on, that's an issue on us. And I don't want to just make a knee-jerk reaction. I want to make that very clear, just to appease a certain group. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for taking your second bite at the apple. And, we're not going to appease the second group. We're going to appease over 43,000 residents, over probably 20,000 property owners in this city, which I think makes a tremendous dent in the can. But residents, I think you're all smart enough to do your math and know where I'm coming from. I'm looking for 5.5 to 5.7, and let's see where the manager works hard, chips away at that rock, and brings it back to us.
I have a statement, or I have a comment.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the holistic approach. I think that since 2019, we've been at 6.2. This is under a different manager, and this is under this manager. We've been at 6.2. I think the last time we went from 6.3 to 6.2 was probably 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So for the last 3 years, we've been at that 6.2 number. One of the things that I think with what was issued by the property appraiser is that there was a blanket statement made for over 30 some odd municipalities that all have different revenue streams, that all have different makeup and population, that all have different socioeconomic situations as far as their residents are concerned. So while you may see Sunny Isles way low with their property, with their millage rate, it's because of the type of environment that they have there with these mega buildings that they have, or Aventura, for instance. So every city doesn't fit into the same mold. And so to say that we need to adopt whatever the property appraiser mentioned as a rollback is not necessarily fair to the cities. In addition to that, the conversation we're having here is not taking into account what the school board is going to do. It's not taking into account what the county is going to do. It's not taking into account every single aspect of what someone's total taxes will be on their property. So we can control one portion, but I wanted to be clear that we're not responsible for the entirety of someone's property taxes. And the residents need to understand that. So while we may do what we can on our side to make sure that the residents don't get affected as much by the value of property increasing, we need to do it holistically. And that's another point I want to make. The manager was clear. If we set 6.2 as the tentative rate, we're making sure that there will not be any property tax increase. That's what we can control. But the property value is a whole nother subject matter. And if property values are increasing, then that most of the time means that people will end up paying more in property taxes. So while I do encourage the manager and the staff to, first of all, do your budget and what you're already working on, I encourage you to complete that process and come back to us with something that makes sense. I don't want to put us in a position where we go to 5.5, we go to 5.7, and then 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, we're talking about going to 5.9 and 6.0, and then everyone's complaining about a tax hike. So we have to know that, you know, they're trends, and we have to look at them over time, you know, and when there's market correction, which I believe will happen based on what I'm hearing, there will be some form of market correction. These properties are overvalued. Whoever's buying now, chances are that some of those people will be in upside down mortgages in the next couple years, right? So the property values, when they do decline, even if it is by a few percentage points, then we'll be having to base our revenues from millage on those new values. And if we're at 5 and change and the values decrease, we may be looking at having to increase them at that point, and that's a whole nother conversation. So I just want us to be very mindful of that when we take into consideration what we're going to do and what we're going to recommend. That's it.
Or do layoffs like happened back in 2010, 2011.
Correct. Yes. Correct. And I'm glad you brought up that point because in 2006, 2007, right, there was a huge, you know, wave of purchases, and then you had 2008, and then everything came crashing. And so cities were trying to figure out what to do. And Mr. Manager, you made such a great point, because the previous commission's fix in 2013 during that certain time was what affected police officers. We had layoffs, about 20 some odd police officers. We had issues when it came to the pension being gutted. We had so many things that you sat on that commission, where you guys had to really take a look at so much and fix so much in 2010, 2011. You know, Marcia, what I'm talking about. You know, and outsourcing and all of that to try to save money. And now we're in a position where we're having to fix all of that. So do we put ourselves in a position where we have to face that same issue again and do more layoffs and compromise services? I don't think so. So it's a give and take. While I do want to see perhaps, you know, a decrease in the millage rate, I do want us to be very mindful of the big picture. Thank you.
Commissioner Villard?
Sorry. Yeah, I understand what everybody's saying. We just tell the manager to keep an eye, you know, open mind, like to check. Doesn't mean that it's gonna go down to 5.7, but you know, just to see how possible it is. You know, the holistic approach, just to keep maybe 6.2, maybe 6.0, or you know, it's whatever it is that's possible. So we keep everything on the table, like just not the 6.2 only. If it's possible, we go to 6.0, 5.7, whatever. But, you know, just to keep an eye open. If it's not possible, you know, we don't, you know, everything is for the good of the other. You know, we're here for our residents. So we don't want to increase, or we don't want to go down if we know that it's going to hurt them later on. But if we can do something, we'll do it. So we keep everything on the table, and whatever's possible, the manager will come back and bring us whatever, you know, whatever's possible.
I agree with you, Commissioner Villard. I just want you to know that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Just, Mr. Mayor, we will definitely, the finance staff, myself, we will do the work. And we will come back with the work done to say where we stand at and what can be done. So I just want you to rest assured that we will do the work. I'm just, you know, at the tentative millage rate, just saying don't handcuff me to doing the work right at the very beginning. But we will do the work, sir. We will come back to the board.
But to be clear, there are no tax increases.
There's no millage rate increase.
No, I'm sorry, no millage rate increases.
No, sir. No, we're locking ourselves in right now.
Thank you.
That we will not be going up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sean?
I think everything that was mentioned already kind of summed up where we feel. Just providing a clear snapshot of, all the evidence that you guys find, and also educating our residents. Just like that date was a oversight on your part, that we make sure that we educate and also communicate those details to our residents. And I think Commissioner Joseph mentioned it, for us to kind of see a comparative of what other cities are potentially doing. I think that's very good point. I'm not saying that what our residents are going through kind of mirror what other residents are going through. To Vice Mayor's point, that North Miami Beach stands on its own as it relates to the experiences that residents have here. But all of us have received email, I'm sure, from residents saying that, they don't want to see a hike or they don't want to see an increase.
Yep.
But we also know that different factors play into what they see, and a lot of people do not know those details. So all those details need to be put in consideration, but I definitely want the administration to keep a very flexible growth mindset, and not just to think that we're not thinking about lowering it to a point where people are actually seeing some kind of relief from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Everybody has spoken on the item.
Motion. Second.
Okay, it's a motion and seconded. It's a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, 6-0.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to let Commissioner Smuckler know there will be, if anybody's worried about the advertisement for the second meeting, once we finish with the first meeting, we're required by law to put an ad in the newspaper, that an ad to say where we stand, and on a separate section, we have to put a new date for the second budget hearing. So it's time. I don't want you to think this is the only opportunity people know the date. We have to put an ad and advertise what the second hearing date is going to be. The first hearing date will be on the tax roll that goes out. The second hearing date, we're by law have to put in the newspaper. So we have time to change this, just letting you know.
Okay, but please.
We'll keep in mind the Jewish holiday, yeah.
Yes, and also have to have staff please
update the calendar.
Update the calendars with everything that's going on in the city, because both Commissioner Joseph and myself had events on Saturday that were not in the city.
Correct.
So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Manager. All right, let's move on to Resolution 11.5. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 11.5 is a resolution of the City of North Miami Beach approving work order number 3 between the City of North Miami Beach and Black and Veatch Corporation to provide ongoing program management and staff augmentation in the amount not to exceed $4,693,552.72. Providing for effective date, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney. We're going to open the floor for public comment. Is there anybody wishing to speak at this time on this item for public comment? Please come up. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed.
Mr. Mayor, if I can. So this is Black and Veatch does all the capital projects for the city. They manage all of our capital projects. This resolution before you is similar to one that came back in 2020, late 2020, beginning 2021, for a $4.6 million contract. It did, however, it lasted about 17 months. So definitely, and you definitely could see the fruits of the labor of the work of Black and Veatch. We have been moving on the water projects, and we will continue to move on the water projects. I have our assistant director here if there's any further questions on the item, but definitely it's, we see the fruits of the labor with Black and Veatch doing it. I will let you know that in the renegotiating of this new contract, Black and Veatch did not raise any of their rates. All their rates stayed exactly the same. This item has been before the PUC commission has been approved as well. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any commissioners wishing to speak on this item? Commissioner Jean?
When was the last time we received an update on the timeline of actually some of these capital projects?
We have all of our capital projects are actually on the dashboard on NMB Water site, but I know I have not done a update to the board specifically on NMB Water, but I will, at the next meeting, we'll put in the presentation section to do an update on all the water projects. I know we've briefly touched them as we've gone through the thing, but we haven't just had a dedicated update. We'll get a dedicated update together for the next commission meeting.
Thank you. That was all for me.
Mr. Manager, if you can, maybe at the next commission meeting, water and maybe capital improvement projects, where we're at with them, because I don't think none of us know where we're at. There's a lot of roads that are torn up in certain areas of our city. Corona Del Mar, where we're doing the new sewers. We got the things that we've dug up on Eastern Shores and throughout our city. And I think all of us, I'll speak for myself, but I know I would at least like to have an update on where we're at with all of this construction going on and how it's going to look like ending this budget season and presenting in the next. So.
Yeah, it's definitely, I do feel you on all the roads. Sometimes I get stuck and can't get back with all the construction, but it makes me smile because I'm like, hey, we're getting work done now. So that's the one great part about it. But I'll definitely get an update.
And also, Mr. Mayor, if I can add. You weren't done? Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Spuckler, Commissioner Joseph, and then Commissioner Vice Mayor Florimon.
All right, and PUC voted how on this?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Assistant Managers. We presented this item to the PUC commissioners and they had no objections.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Joseph?
I just have a side issue that's possibly related to this in regards to what is our status regarding our septic to sewer? Is it possible we can get a report on that? Because I know we're doing stuff over on near 159th, and that's one of the reasons we couldn't do that. Our memorial, our veteran, was it Memorial?
That was Memorial
Day.
I believe that was county work, though, right? Correct. They blocked that.
Yeah, but I know that we worked on.
That was the Corona Del Mar.
Yeah, I know that we worked on a plan to get us a septic sewer throughout this entire city, right? And the reason I'm bringing this up because that goes to two things. One, to two items that I know Commissioner Jean and Vice Mayor have been working on, which is affordability and housing, right? Because if we, having a septic and being a homeowner, I have a septic, and it kind of holds me back from what I can build on my property. So it limits the available floors I can utilize to have an additional room and what have you. So, but if I were to get a connection, then that means I can build on that property. Like Sunray West, Sunray East has a major issue, and we still have to work on our no man. What is it, Mr. Mayor? The no
man's land.
No man's land. That's something that we were working on for years, and that's something that we could provide to our residents right away because that would be giving back property, which we should have gotten a long time ago, to be quite frank, right? And that would allow us to build more. But still, I would like to know what the timeline would be to get Sunray West and Sunray East connected, because there is a large Jewish contingent that has brought this issue to me near the donut hole because of they want to build out, but because of the septic issue, they're limited. And I know that's a Durham issue, but I'd like to have something come back to us and really putting out a timeline of when that might happen. And at least give some type of forecast to the residents that do have this issue, because like I said, I'm on septic. I know the mayor's on septic or whatever. It holds us from really doing maximizing our property. A lot of people say, "Oh, you guys have big lots. We can't do anything on them," and that's a problem. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll make sure that we bring that with the update that we address that as well.
Commissioner Spuckler, you had your hand up, and then Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor? Okay.
No, what I wanted to say is that I think it's very important too that we track, and I spoke to the manager about this, the repaving of these roads. That's very, very critical and key. I've seen some of what's happened in the city of Miami and in other areas where construction crews are done doing work or light poles and things are done, and they do not do an adequate job of bringing it back to the way it was prior. So while I do see in the Oak Grove and 159th Street area, Allen Park area, that there's some asphalt that has been laid to cover up the pipes, the work is not done. It's just covered up. So the best example I could give as to what I want to see and what I know my commissioners and mayor want to see as well is when you're on 159th Street and 10th Avenue Northeast, there was some work done there. but it was repaved very nicely, restriped, and it looks incredible. That needs to be the standard that we hold the county to, and that needs to be our standard here in the city.
Great, sir.
I echo those sentiments, Vice Mayor. Very well said. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak on 11.5? Okay. Seeing none, I need a motion.
Motion.
Second. Okay. We got a motion. Vice Mayor, seconded by myself. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously 6-0.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you very, very much to your staff. Mr. Manager, thank you very much to all your workers. We don't have any business tax receipts. We don't have any appointments, no miscellaneous items. Discussion item 15.1. We have Vice Mayor Florimont and Commissioner Smuckler. I don't know if they're going to open it up, or Mr. Attorney, are you? You guys have the discussion, so who wants to start off?
I just keep them brief, very brief.
Sure. I mean, we're doing relatively well.
Yeah.
For such a long agenda.
I mean, we still
Let's keep that momentum going.
We can
Yes,
speak
of
we can
course,
speak for this for an hour and a half because
No, that's not my intention. Well, I mean, I don't know about you, Commissioner Smuckler, but I just wanted to make sure that we did talk about civil service. And I don't want this item to just go by the wayside. I understand the importance of management's ability to lead. At the same time, I want to make sure that our employees have processes and procedures in place to look out for them, right? So I want to make sure we have a balanced approach to this, but I wanted to see if we can get the manager's office and the attorney's office to get together with the union leader, Janice Coakley, and maybe one other person from HR to kind of craft something that can be amenable for everybody. So that's where I'm at with that. And I don't know if Commissioner Smuckler wanted to add something, but I wanted to give that direction so they can establish that committee.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. But didn't we give them like 30 days or 60 days that they had to?
We did, but there was also an extension request, if I'm not mistaken, that we did give them some more time to work on it. But
so when is that more time in?
So what if the Civil Service Board is still intact?
But there's nothing for them to meet for because everything was taken away. There's no reason for them to meet because there's nothing for them to vote on because everything was taken, all the rights were taken away from the Civil Service Board.
Okay. So again, we don't have, I mean, I think the one thing we need to make sure that we appoint new members and we have people that are going to show up. I mean, we can call a Civil Service Board meeting and then they start talking through what they want to add in. I mean, I think that's the appropriate way for us to move from this point forward. But that again, and it's the same, and I'm kind of happy we did make it this far. Again, with the Civil Service Board, we need to appoint new members. With the Planning and Zoning Board, we need to appoint new members. With all of these boards, people are just not showing up right now. So we need to go and just. I think the last time when we did put the Civil Service Board on, we did ask for people to come with all not people. I'm sorry, for all of the commissioners to come with recommendations for new members to be on the board. And I don't think we ever just got to the back of the meeting to even have those discussions. But we could definitely call a meeting and then whoever each individual appoints, they could bring the points back.
Mr. Manager, I think let's take the suggestion made by the Vice Mayor. Let's work because this board been dormant for a while.
Right.
Let's work with obviously Ms. Coakley, HR, myself. Let's come up with a game plan and present it to the commission.
I think that would be, and I see Commissioner Jean's hand up, but it's not about the meeting, as Commissioner Smuckler said. It's about the substance. So if they have nothing to meet on, because employees, let's say, don't have any substantive ability to bring anything before them, then there's no meeting, right? So I think having that committee where all of the essential players can get together and kind of craft something that makes sense to allow management to be management, but to also give employees some more rights would be great.
And I just want to add, I just received a letter from one of the board members that resigned from the board, and that's because they've been filling out for the last 4 years this financial disclosure, and for what? They don't even go to a meeting, so why are they filling out a financial disclosure when they feel it's not even anybody's business what they do or make? And there hasn't been a meeting in like 4 years, because that's when the rules were changed. Wow. Illegally, in my opinion. But so it's not the board, it's they need to have a reason to meet. So we need to change it back better to the way it was with updates.
I know Commissioner Jean wanted to speak as well.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Mr. Jean?
The question, I think the last time we talked about this was whether or not the clerk's office did its due diligence in actually reaching out to the individuals that were on that board and seeing where they stood as it relates to their interest in it. So I think that was another question. Was that ever done? And I think the attorney kind of alluded to that. We just want to see action. That I don't want to see any hesitancy from management to move forward with this. We want tangibles on it.
Can we get a motion? Motion. Can we get a consensus here that the committee be formed?
You doing an action item?
Just based on your direction, because like most boards or committee, there's a staff member that basically help create the agenda.
Correct.
Help facilitate the issues to them. So we need to really go back and figure out.
Right. As long as the representation is there from management, from your office, and from HR, as well as the employees. As long as there's representation reflecting all of those people, that's fine with me. So can we have a consensus to give that direction?
I just have one question. If we get consensus to this, Mr. Manager, how is this going to impact your budget and your staff? Because this is going to be taking away from your people and what they're doing. So I want to be very candid. While I'm thinking about supporting this, I also worry about making sure that we have the staff to.
My staff is your staff. If you guys want the board, we're going to do the board. That's not a problem. I don't see it. Somebody will just get an assignment that they have to work an afternoon or evening to have the board meeting. It's not a big deal. We'll be able to do it. And anybody who sits on this board, most of them will be salary employees anyway from my level. So it's not a problem, sir. We can move forward with it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, do you want to go ahead and let's have a consensus giving direction to the city manager to follow through with the desires of this commission and making sure that we create this board and somebody that can represent it from the city. So, Mr. Manager, you understand?
You want to clarify what you...
Yeah, so to clarify, the board is already in existence. We're just allowing our management team, attorneys, HR, and an employee representative, as they see fit, to put together a committee to review the civil service rules and come up with something that they can present to the commission.
Very well.
To review the original civil service rules and update those according to the times, but not doing what was done 4 or 5 years ago that completely removed.
Well, the manager's going to work on it. Each one of us can go to him individually and again, tell us what our desires are, but he has direction. So that's what we're doing here tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Hopefully we can get something back from that committee within a timely manner. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 15.2, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All righty. So 15.2 is a request for proposing a recess. So most commissions do have that where they recess during the summer. In addition to that, the recess also includes any major events. So in essence, if an event wasn't planned, any major event wasn't planned, then during the month of July, there would be no additional events added on to staff's plate. and so it would be a recess for that as well. That's it.
Okay, is there consensus for a July recess, everyone? Yay, nay? July meeting? Do we have a yay or nay?
As far as what?
You're proposing city commissioner recess in the month of July. So I'm trying to get a consensus from my colleagues here. Commissioner Villard, you have your hand up?
You keep calling me Vice Mayor. Okay. Just kidding. You want me to be Vice Mayor?
Commissioner Villard. Commissioner Villard.
All right, Vice Mayor. Okay, no problem. No, I was thinking, last month we didn't have a meeting. We just have a meeting now. Unless we have a reason, I'm not sure. But I believe last year, one time we voted to have August as the recess. Is that any reason like why you want July or?
No, it's not about me. I mean, this item was supposed to be on our last meeting's agenda. We didn't meet.
Yeah, it was.
So it's not about the month of July versus the month of this or the month
It
of that.
just so happens that we had some commissioners that were sick, didn't feel good. So, I mean, normally the commission does take at least 1 month of recess. So
it could be July, it could be August, but I'm thinking that since we're ramping up for budget, August would make sense for us to be, getting ready for budget and doing all those things. But this was supposed to be actually on last month's agenda. So I think it was supposed to be, I don't know if it was supposed to be for June and the request changed from June to July because we didn't have a meeting. Yeah. I think that's what happened. But the whole point was a request for one recess during the summertime.
I think we voted for August one time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it doesn't matter if.
July is fine. The 4th of July, we can all take a break.
It's definitely a discussion above my pay grade. But I think the budget workshops will be in August.
Correct.
Okay.
So if anything, that's just my thing.
Or if the commission, do we have anything to approve in the month of August?
We definitely have to have the workshops in August for the budget.
But what I'm saying, is there anything that the commission needs to approve that you foresee coming up in August so that we meet in July and take a break in August based on what Commissioner Villard is saying?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter? Okay.
I'd rather take a break in December.
Well, we never really take a break, but you get what this is all about the commission meeting and events. That's it.
Listen, staff is here. We're all here. We're all doing our work, our jobs. If we need to have a special meeting, we can always have it if something does come up. But, if we want to have a month's, one meeting recess 1 month, most cities do this. This is not, we've done it. July is best, in my opinion. I agree with Vice Mayor Florimon. August and moving forward, we have a lot of work ahead of us with budget season, so we can come in with fresh minds. We can do this quick. Is there anybody that has questions or comments about July? Okay.
And don't forget, we're taking the burden also off of the staff by not having any new events or anything that wasn't already planned. That's also part of this. So.
Okay, so how about yay for recess and nay if you don't? All the yays, put your hand up for recess in July. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and nays? 1, 2.
I don't care.
If you don't vote, it's a yes. If you vote,
no, I have to vote. I have to vote. Yes, I get. Yes is what for recess?
Yes. Okay, Madam Clerk, you have the roll. Yay and nay. Lift up your hands for yes. 1. Vice Mayor Joseph.
Commissioner Joseph.
Commissioner Joseph. Commissioner Villard. And Commissioner Florimon. Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler. All right, so it's 5-1. Okay, that passes.
5-1.
All right, so.
Commissioner
Zahn didn't do it.
Oh.
All right, so we get a little recess in July. Affordable housing workshop. Commissioner Florimon.
All right. Well, we do have an affordable housing workshop that's coming. I think the date needs to be changed.
The date will be changed, yes, sir.
And so, you know, it's something that we just need to talk about. And it's not just about what the county is doing. We need to take steps to focus on affordable housing, and also discuss an affordable housing trust, whereby some of these funds that we're getting from developers, et cetera, can go and specifically be allocated towards affordable housing. And so that's something that Mayor Cava had the opportunity to participate in her roundtable for affordable housing. And that's something that she also brought up, that if you want affordable housing, because I mentioned affordable housing in perpetuity, and that was one of the options that can afford us, that is an affordable housing trust. So there's a lot of different things that we can look at, but we really need to hone in on this. We have the ability to really make a dent, especially being that we have property that we own and land that we own. Cities are being very creative in even purchasing land and purchasing property to build on. We need to have that discussion and start moving forward on it. So that's what that item is about.
Thank you, Commissioner Flourmont. Any other questions, comments? Okay, staff, you know more or less what we want. You've heard the conversation. City Manager's report.
The only thing I was going to mention was the affordable housing change in dates. Again, when we do have the affordable housing workshop, there will be a presentation. We had the board approved the affordable housing study in the past. That study is done and will be presented at the housing workshop. We will make sure that we have one-on-one briefings and get you a copy of that that study prior to the workshop to make sure you're up to date on what it is prior to it being presented. That's it. Definitely, again, I want to thank Marcia and the finance staff for their hard work on the CAFR. And again, apologize for stretching them thin with trying to implement some of the other things that were really needed. With that being said, I know the monthly report has gone out to everyone, outlining the work that we've done over the past month. They're normally out by the 10th of every month to give a recap of the month prior. City Line was, I think everybody saw the City Line things that got printed and being sent out. We're moving in the right direction. I would like to thank everyone for the support and definitely thank all of the staff, all of the directors for their hard work. I think we're starting to move on all cylinders now, so I definitely want to thank them as we continue to move forward, Mr. Mayor. And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Mr. Attorney.
The legal team will be working with the city manager relating to, obviously, zone incentive regarding the affordable housing workshop. That's something that I have worked at when I was city attorney in Sunny Isles Beach, create incentive for developers to allocate affordable housing units as part of the development project. Additionally, Commissioner Jean wants the city to emphasize and focus on art in public place. We'll come up with some proposed legislation to require developers and also the city to improve its obviously incentive program to have developers to fund art or either construct art within a certain area of the city. Okay.
I have a question I'd like to pose to the attorney's office. I don't see anybody with their hands up, but Mr. Attorney, I know you and I spoke about 2 months ago, and prior to that, I delivered some papers to you in reference to somebody who was riding our NMB trolley and basically got hurt or almost got run over when the trolley moved and the pedestrian wasn't off the trolley yet. Can you tell us where we are with this case?
Which was it a formal claim?
Yes.
If it's a formal claim, they usually go to risk management.
Well, it's a claim that they put in about.
Yeah, so I have to talk to risk.
Paperwork on.
Anytime risk, I get the claim. Risk is the ones who process the deal with it from an insurance purpose. I have to talk to.
Okay, I'm concerned because I haven't gotten any feedback from the Attorney's Department.
Mayor, if Rich hasn't got me
No, I
any
hear you.
feedback, I'm not giving you any feedback.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I appreciate when Risk does get back to you that all of us up here know what's going on. And I've gotten other complaints about the trolley, and I'm not quite too satisfied with the service, but just wanting to see if you had any feedback from them. Thank you very much. Anything else?
Interesting. I actually rode the trolley today.
Anybody else?
Speaking of the trolley, it's weird that you brought it up. I actually rode the trolley today. I like the new feature that they do have, though, which is when you're stopping, it actually tells you where you're stopping now. So it actually, over the speaker, tells you the different stops. So that was kind of cool.
There's some that have some palm trees that are new.
Yeah. So it's just funny that you said that. I wrote it today. Interesting.
All right. Next, we have our mayor's discussion. I'm just going to go ahead and reiterate what I said before about lowering the millage rate. I'm very keen on seeing that happen. Manager, I voted for it. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I hope you can come back and show our residents that with the monies we've gotten back from the government and all this help that we have been given to help our residents, that we're able to do this across the board. I'm happy that we're taking a break in July. I think that all of our departments really need this time to convene, especially planning and zoning. They have been exacerbated by so many projects, and that's a good thing. You know, we got growing pains. We're doing good. But give them a chance and give every department a chance. And going into budget season, going with a positive mentality and outlook. I hope that we can bring it together with sanitation. I know we're holding this company accountable. I can just say with certainty that, you know, garbage as usual is coming along. But I'm realistic that we have a major issue with recycling. And the bins are staying out for more than a week, and the lids are open, and they're open to the point where it's halfway to the point where whatever is in the middle is going to start blowing around. So when we get a rainstorm or a storm coming through the city, wind, whatever it may be, you know, people, you know, this is going everywhere, and this is why our residents are agitated. And I gotta know that some of my colleagues are getting the calls that I'm getting, because this thing doesn't stop, and that's why I am very affirmative on hoping that we can get that done. You know, the city line went out recently. I know it went out a little late. As I was reading it, I'm very happy. You did very good work, and the team did. But, you know, there's information on here about the water conservation and testing and think before you flush. But, you know, this is a great form of communication of how people should throw away and when not to throw away. I just hope that we can continue drilling, and all of us can at every meeting and at every place that citizens and residents of this city are at. If we have just a little flyer, a 5x7, something that says what's going on with the sanitation and when the pickups are. I know my fellow colleague, Commissioner Joseph, spoke very firmly on the issue of the recycling.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing? To your point, I don't want to sidetrack your discussion, but what I was going to say is this: human nature is what's going on here.
Yeah.
For years, our residents have expected something to happen every week.
Yeah.
We just changed something. Now, the manager, to his credit, right? It was on the bins. The change in schedule was on the bins. There were stuff that got to our door. It was on our water bill. It was emailed, right? But this is human nature.
We're creatures of habit.
Creatures of habit. Our residents, as a homeowner, we know that, boom, like not everybody has this issue, right? Sunray West, Sunray East, Monticello, Washington Park, Oak Grove, those areas that have gotten used to, Panulita, have gotten used to that. So when you take that away, that becomes an issue. Now, does it alleviate over time? Time will tell, and the manager's gonna have to work on that, right? And maybe we have to reevaluate. But this is a human nature thing, and people that's why they've gotten used to it. They're like, to them, that information kind of gets like, okay, I got that or whatever. Not everybody is gonna look at it or whatever, because they have busy lives, they have families they gotta have to worry about. But
or their kids might throw away the
exactly.
The label.
And you have people that rent that are not really paying attention to that, because that mail might be going to the owner directly. We don't know what's going on. So this is a human nature thing. This is a communication thing that I know Commissioner Jean has highlighted it. Like, it's about communication. How do we get this out to them? But sometimes it's about what people have gotten used to, and and to some cases, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
That's all. But I just wanted to add that point. Thank you for highlighting my prior sentiments on this.
Yeah. No, I mean, we have an issue, and I hope staff works together with Coastal and gets it solved. Where there's a will, there's a way, and I know we're always wanting to do more. And you know what? I just, for the sake of time and keeping things positive, because I think we're running a very diligent meeting this evening, I'm going to withhold the rest of my comments, and hopes that everybody has a great 4th of July. And
Yes.
I hope we can continue working together positively to move this commission forward, and people can see unity as there is strength in unity. That's my comment. And for those commissioners that have had events and things go on, I've tried to come to some. I haven't been to some, but I try to be everywhere. And please forgive me if I haven't come, but I'm trying my best to get around to all these events. You all are doing a phenomenal job in representing our city and showing that we, as the mayor and commission, care about everything that goes on. So kudos to all of you who have taken the baton and run with it. Thank you very much. City Commission reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Danielle Lejean.
Thank you. Two things. I know, Mr. Manager, I've had long talks with you about sanitation and where we stand with it. When you drive around the city, it's not the best. So I've made suggestions about, what we need to do. I would love to see some of those implemented. If you live here, you see it. So 21 days into a contract is pretty early. But when you drive around, you're seeing that there's a lot of improvement that needs to happen. The second thing is there was a lot of narratives about the NMB Sun Devils online. They're having some issues with their practice facilities, and I would love for management to kind of touch bases with parks to see what's going on there. Just the narrative that was there about the city was not too positive, and so definitely would want us to kind of remedy or have a roundtable with them to see where we at. Thank you.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Again, happy 4th of July. Stay safe out there in the summer. Please go teach your kids how to swim. I'm working on my kid. He's getting there. But please go teach your kids how to swim. And stay safe. And see you in August. Thank you, and stay safe. God bless. And recycling's tomorrow. Thank you.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler.
Guys?
Okay, sorry. Okay. So, yes, I absolutely hope that we can lower the millage rate. So, but you got that from everybody already, so I don't need to repeat it. Another thing is that I just want to clarify. So, anything, the commission meeting for July is canceled, and so is, and there's no new events, but everything that's already on the calendar or is missing from the calendar but should be on the calendar is going on, including board meetings, correct?
It's just a city commission meeting.
It's just the city commission and okay, and new meetings. All right, and all right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you in August at the next commission meeting. Oh, wait, one more thing I forgot. Sorry. Manager, remember when last year, we went on a drive around the city? So I went bike riding on Sunday around the city, and when you bike ride, you really see a lot. So I have a list of, I'm not going to take you bike riding, but I'm going to take you on a drive again because there's a lot you need to see.
No problem.
So we're going to schedule that. Thank you.
Commissioner Paulie Villard.
Why are you looking at me like that? No, I was gonna say something. What? No, okay.
You could tell me what a great job I'm doing on the record, Commissioner. It's okay. I know you don't want to say it on the record, but you can say it on the record.
Oh, okay. I was going to address my 3 charter officers. However, I'll keep it until next month. Not next one. Oh, no? You want it now?
No, we want it August.
No, you want it not tonight?
I want it in July.
August.
I'm just kidding.
August 2024.
Because it could be bad stuff.
Okay, no problem. It's okay. Then, you guys, my charter officers, no, it's okay. I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Joseph for a great Juneteenth event. And I am sure the employees enjoyed Monday off. So, we all voted on it.
We all voted unanimously. Everybody, it was a great event. We all worked out as a board to make that happen. So I'm glad that we all made it happen.
Okay, and then, as you all know, my birthday is coming pretty soon. So, Commissioner Jean, thank you for these beautiful flowers tonight that you remember my birthday. So you bought me some nice roses, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And it's under the amount of $100.
Definitely that.
Just for the record.
And then thank you guys. Thank you so much. Don't forget my birthday. So have a great night. I think that was a great meeting. And have July off. Don't do anything. Don't come here if you don't have to. I'm just kidding. God bless you. Good night.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
All right, 11:08 for such a packed agenda. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I want to say that glory be to God, because there was a plane that had a landing gear issue that had to have an emergency landing at the Miami International Airport, and it caught on fire on the tarmac, and so on the runway. And so, like I said, glory be to God, because there were some injuries, but everyone made it off that plane. And so I know Mayor Cava has made comments on it, and some people are in the hospital right now. But, we praise God for his preservation of their lives. In addition to that, I want to say, kudos to the staff. I've been feeling very upbeat and positive about the energy in North Miami Beach. I know the mayor talked about it. And most of us have been talking about it all night. You guys have a lot on your plate. You really do. And there's a lot of pressure coming from all angles, whether it's some residents, whether it's the commissioners and the mayor's office, my office as vice mayor. I think that we there's a lot of pressure, but as you state all the time, Mr. Manager, you guys get paid the big bucks to deal with the pressure. But I wanted to to say to the city manager's office and the city attorney's office, Mr. City Attorney, you are a full-time, more than full-time city attorney. Your team is exceptional. You guys are amazing and do great work. I mean, tonight alone, with all of this development that came through and all of the proffers for community benefits, I think we're over 265,000 just in tonight alone, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe more than that.
More than that, like it was more than half a million. No, it's like almost 700 plus the 65 he got from.
Yeah. Close to $1 million.
Close to $1 million tonight alone.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean the numbers just kept on coming. I didn't write them all down, but close to $1 million. You know, that's amazing. North Miami Beach is really moving in the right direction. You know, we have some tweaks. We have to do better. We always want to do better. But I just want to let the staff know, whether it's the management team on the 4th floor, the attorney's office, the city clerk's office, the police department, library, Parks and Rec. The kids are learning how to swim. There's a lot of activity. I think we're at capacity with our summer program, right? So, you know, the field, the Mishcon field is going to be done in November. I can't wait to reopen that back up for events. HR, you know, you guys are burning the midnight oil trying to figure it out for our employees, because everything we want, you got to go into the lab and calculate it. You know, IT, I can keep naming, public works, finance, you know, water department, our new finance director. I had an opportunity to sit with him. You know, just hearing him speak, I'm super excited about what he has to bring to the table. I'm looking forward to more collaborations, procurement. I mean, everybody, you know, Kent Walia, I know, you know, you're just overwhelmed, you know, but you guys really do the best you can. And you guys are really making a difference. That's what's important. Athlete, I see you here. You know, so I mean, look, I can name all the names, but North Miami Beach is on the right track. People are talking about it. We're seeing it. I love it. Keep doing what you do, and you deserve a pat on the back for all of your work. And as far as the NMB Sun Devils are concerned, I did speak to the coach in reference to what Commissioner Jean just said, that there was some things online that you know, was misinformation. And you know how social media is, but in speaking to the coach, he mentioned that the city has been very collaborative with them and trying to come up with a resolve for their practice field. I know they don't want to have 2 practice fields because they want to make sure that all the parents could report to one location, but they're straightening out the issue with the county as far as whether or not they will have to pay for a facility. If they don't have to pay, they're going to continue to practice at JFK Middle School. But if they do have to pay, I believe the cost is about $7,200. So Commissioner Jean brought it up as well. I think that if that is something that needs to be done until we get Mishcon together, then we should go ahead and move forward with that. Manager, that's within your purview. So I encourage you to have those discussions, and I know Andy as well and his team will continue in that direction. So I know they have your full support. That's it for me.
Sure.
Oh,
don't do that.
What? Mr. Mayor, how long did I take?
Like 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, you took a long time.
Listen, I'm used to being here until 1 o'clock in the morning, so
We know you love the microphone.
this is a treat. This is a treat, but I appreciate you indulging me.
No problem. No
Thank you for
problem, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner?
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
No,
Please,
I
Commissioner.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted, I can't name any other employees because Vice Mayor has all of them. So I can say Andy, I can say anybody else. But I just wanted to say, like, you know, we're going to take a month off and we're coming back in August, 60 days. Just in case you guys, you know, like, don't remember any other commissioner's name, I say Commissioner Michael Joseph, Commissioner Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimont, Commissioner Daniel Agent, Commissioner Smuckler, Commissioner Kramer, and we also have the mayor. I mean, I don't mind you come and talk about me, but try some other commissioners. But it's okay if you want to talk about me.
Oh my
God bless you. Thank you so much.
You said the full name, so like, I'm like, wait a minute.
Right,
you said the full name, but
If I can, Mr. Mayor, before we adjourn.
Well, no, we're not. I still got to talk, but please.
Oh, and I still wanted to say something.
Listen, you guys really love 12 o'clock, don't you? Jeez, oh man, I got to put that on the record. Man, you must love midnight.
There was one small thing that happened tonight that I don't think anybody noticed. Before the meeting starts, how we normally have the red, blue, green lines on the TV screen or on the computer, it was now changed, and it said North Miami Beach with the logo, and it had a little window that showed the council chambers that said meeting started soon.
And there was a background, a conversation or something rather that was going on.
So just the small things, you know, I know a lot of people have complained about when is the meeting started, what's going on, is there going to be a meeting? I want to thank Ricardo for that small request that I made a while ago that has finally come to fruition, and it's actually going to be upgraded even more. But we're going to get this thing looking like a professional AV system running here. So we're going to get it together. Thanks, Ricardo.
Well, manager.
Can I say something?
Please. You got 30 seconds.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Parks and Rec for their amazing support and help at the food distribution on Saturday and all they've done in the past and in the future. And I also just wanted to say to Commissioner Villard and to Commissioner Jean that a week or so ago we did something, the three of us together at the library for the Anne Frank for her birthday, and it was beautiful. And I thank you because I thank you both. There's a picture of the three of us hugging somewhere on social media, and I think it's great that some people try to destroy that, but we stood strong and we went on and we held strong and we did it. So thank you to both of you.
And thank you to ACM, Jadel, who really helped us too with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Good job. All right.
Night,
So everybody's got a chance. We're good. I can do mine, and we're done.
Well,
It's 11:17. We can still get a nightcap. All right, folks. Real quickly, I just want to say I'm looking forward, Mr. Manager, for you coming to us and giving us an update on when we're going to be back in the new chambers. I mean, this is great, but again, I'm hoping we can get into our facility when it's ready and continue doing our work. Everybody has gone back to their chambers in other cities, and I hope we can do the same as well. I know we have construction going on. That's why you've held off, and it also was our desire to do that for quite some time as a commission. Hopefully, when we come back in August, we'll be ready to go back to our normal days. I also want to go ahead and let everybody know that we had a great event at the Miami-Dade County League of Cities. I want to thank the manager for showing up. He was there. I know there was many others there from the city. I looked for some of my colleagues. Commissioner Smuckler was there. But if you weren't there, you missed a great event. There was people from all over the county, as well as the Florida League of Cities, who came out in support, and also the Broward League of Cities. I want to congratulate them for coming out and supporting the Dade League of Cities. And also, I was installed as the second vice president for the Miami-Dade League of Cities. So before I term out, we will have a position as president on the Miami-Dade League of Cities, which this city has not had for quite some time. And that's something that I think all of us need to be proud about because we work together as a team.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, that being said, I'd just like to close it out by saying, you know, I know we had a presentation today, Mr. Manager, or we had it this week, that was brought forth to us in reference from the accounting and the CAFR. During my one-on-one session, I did ask for a piece of the report that I didn't see in there, and I was told I was going to get it today, which is called the Manager's Discussion and Analysis Report. I'm still waiting for that.
It's emailed to everybody at 2 o'clock today.
At 2 o'clock? I love that it was emailed at 2 o'clock today, but it doesn't. I haven't even had a chance to look at it if that was because we came in here, you know. So, you know, it's hard for us to make a decision, or at least for myself. I'm going to speak about myself and anybody else. When you bring us, you know, our accounting, auditing, and it's not complete, and I looked for that report and it wasn't there. And you know, it's not, you know, we didn't get a hard copy here tonight, all of us, which if we're getting a hard copy of an update in a presentation, we should be able to get a hard copy of that too, because when we make a decision and we don't get all the numbers, that definitely, at least to me, raises my antennas. Like, what else could be missing? Do I really have to go and dig into this report? Because if I'm not finding this piece of an item that I've seen for 10 years in budgets and it's not there now, what if I wouldn't have asked for it? I would have never gotten it. I don't know if my other colleagues got it or not, or if they asked a question or not. But, you know, my fellow commissioners, if we're up here and we're tasked on making a decision on numbers and we're given reports, we should be given those reports complete. And with all due respect, you know, that's really in the manager's office when they do their presentation. And that's something that I was looking for, and I thought everybody would get that here tonight. And we just got it by email at 2 o'clock, you know, without even a phone call saying, hey, by the way, why don't you check your email? You know, what you wanted is sitting there waiting. You know, I just, the communication is failing drastically. I know we're trying, but we got to try a lot harder. And I don't think it's fair to myself or to any commissioner up here for us to have been given this presentation and it not be complete. And in the past, many of us up here, and I'll exclude myself, have moaned and groaned about getting stuff at the last minute thrown in front of us. And that's not fair to us sitting here that have to make that decision. So folks, please be aware and look at your emails for this report and others, because if we're not getting things and you're not telling us that we're not getting them, you know, that's not fair. That's not fair to us. Because at the end of the day, we as a mayor and commission are the ones that are accountable to the people, to the residents of this city that vote for us. And when we don't have everything in front of us, we got to know when there's something missing. We shouldn't have to wait or come to you and say, this is missing. And I take that very seriously, because that's part of our responsibility. And I just feel that it's very deceiving, you know, for somebody to have to wait to ask for something that we're supposed to get, but we don't get it. And a lot of my commissioners up here are fairly new at this run and might not know what to look for. And that concerns me, because I want them to have the same information as I do, and I want to have the same information that they do. And that responsibility falls on you, sir. And that's the only point I wanted to make there, of my disappointment in that presentation.
Deceiving was a strong word, though, sir. I don't think anybody attempted to deceive you. That's a very strong word.
Let me tell you, I take my job very seriously, and I will say what I have to say, but that's what it is. And that's the end of my report. Our next commission meeting is not in July. It will be in August. Madam Clerk, what day in August does that fall on?
August 16th.
August 16th, 2022. That being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's go.